adjustants, operatives, and dolls who play Girls Frontline 2 Excalium. Welcome back. We're in Snowbreak right now. This time we're doing Abyssal Dawn. This is the main story, so we're heading on to it. Oh, by the way, we're gonna get her. She's gonna be free to play very soon, so check back to it later on. Unyielding Wish, before descending into the 6.
終わりだ。あなたはスティクスリーパーのネリーダさん？
A deafening tug shook the battlefields as the Leviathan crashes to the ground. It impacts Snuffin out of the raging flames in an instant. As the dust settled, a long figure emerged, her lean, sculpted form clad in a dark combat suit, silver gray hair swaying in the fainted moonlight, eyes gleaming like cold steel.
ヒーラ級のタイタンも所詮そこら辺のポンコツと変わらんな。
He gives off a nice figure. Why can't we get that in Western games? I wonder. With a flicker of her fingers, she brushes the ashes from her shoulders. Her icy dismissal remark cut through the air like a blade. A sharp sting to those who have just escaped death. But none of them protest. How could they? Behind the woman lays the crumpled, Cullen-class Titan, undeniable proof of her words. The Tower of Colossus that has nearly wiped the entire team of the elite investigators was now nothing more than a lifeless husk beneath her heels.
ネリーダさんですよね。助けていただいてありがとうございます。私たちは
The older of the two investigators summoned her courage, stepping forward to speak to Narita. She didn't spare them a glance. Without a word, she turned and strolled away. Her silhouette etches against the dying embers of battle like a goddess of death, rising from the underworld.
ネリーダさんに協力するために参り。命は一度限りだ。こんなところで無駄にするな。
Now I understand why there is so much censorship within the trailer, updated trailer. He showed much more skin. Her authoritative tone left no room for argument, further unsettling the shaken survivors. Yet she was right. Ahead lays the remains of the Lycon North, once a city of miracles, a gem of human civilization, now reduced to a living hell of Titagen's contamination. My apologies if I'm pausing this, but since I was playing Girls Frontline 2, the subtitles were moving so slowly, so it was very hard for me to adapt to these subtitles now. So if I go back and forth within those games, it throws me off. That's why. For them, stepping into that place was as good as suicide. From this point on, the battlefield belongs to Narita alone.
ネリーダ先輩、笑ってるのになんであんなに怖いんだろう。なんだかタイタンよりも。
Although the good thing is that from them, it lets you autoplay. The downside, they don't move as fast as this one. While this one, they don't have that much cutscenes. I'm not sure. I just finished part 1. I'm in the middle of part 2 though.
だってあの方正真正銘のステュクスリーパーだから。無理やり駆り出された私たちと違ってタイタンとの真っ向勝負が日常茶飯事のような人なのよ。
Also, I need to be sure when I'm gonna be. When do I know when they're stopped talking? Sometimes they pause for a moment and I don't even know when they're gonna be finishing. As the woman faded into the distance, the survivors finally exhaled, only now realizing they've been holding their breath. The storm of emotions churned within them, relief as escaping death. Helpless in the face of the overwhelming foe, and above all, the revergence for the women known as the strongest of all. In the end, those feelings twisted and melded together, becoming something else, a certain kind of pride.
本当に味方でよかった。
でもそれがいつまで続くかは。
It was a perfect day at home, bright and clear and comfortably warm. The glass facade of the grand white structure shimmered under the dazzling sunlight.
ひゃー、いい天気。分析員、やっぱり私新しく買った水着を持ってこうかな。
Oh, she has a new swimwear? Interesting. As much as I love to say yes, we're leaving in 10 minutes. My apologies, I was drinking. Besides, unless you figure out how to sunbathe under the storm clouds, you do know the forecast at our destination, right?
忘れてないよ。現実から目をそらしてるだけだから。
I am very excited for her new exosuit. Nita laced her fingers behind her head, gave a small shake of frustration, then joked.
だってほら、せっかく分析員と海に行くんだから、私のパーフェクトボディを見せなきゃって思ってさ。ほらほら。
With that, she struck a dramatic pose, as if she was competing in a bodybuilding contest.
似たってば単純ね。
That's it? That's a very long text. Soft laughter rippled among the girls. Kaya narrowed her eyes and sighed.
そんなんじゃ分析員はときめかないわよ。
Don't say that I'm into a variety of things. Actually, I got things for muscles. I'll say the first one.
へえ。
Yeah, Nita is really tall. She's actually taller than me. But not as a main character, by the way.
あら、私には私の良さがあるし、分析員もそれが好きだし、これでいいじゃん。
By the way, I'm a bit taller than Kaya, so... Oh, I'm not that short. Nita's right. You're all attractive in your own ways.
さらっとそんなことを言うなんて、さすが分析員ね。どうやら余計なおせっかいだったみたい。今回の任務で選ばれなかったのがやっぱり悔しいわ。
I don't have Dawn Wing yet, that's why, okay?
この後隙をついてこっそり飛行機に忍び込もうかしら。
Good, you do that. I don't mind.
それは無理だね。 今回は私24時間ずっと分析員のそばで見張ってるつもりだから。
Is that really necessary?
全然。1日が24時間じゃなかったら432時間ぶっ続けで見張るつもりだったし。
That's actually impressive.
ニタがそこまで言うなら安心ね。
Kaya's playful smile faded. Her expressions turned more serious as she met my gaze.
気をつけて。
I thought she was gonna say Busiki, okay? Same to you, Kaya. Good luck with the recon operation in Velocia.
もちろん分析員たちが帰ってくるまでに終わらせておくわ。
その
She feels so out of place. What's wrong, Boo Boo?
なんかごめんね。私の実力じゃきっと今回も分析員の力になれないと思うけど、でもやっぱりもう一度分析員と一緒に解禁がしたい。
We will someday. Actually, there's something else I'd like you to help me with.
本当？この天使ブブに何でもお任せあれ。
Yes, while I'm away, could you go through the intel we got from our field team in Suzhou? We didn't find Rosen there last time, but she definitely left some trace behind.
うまくできるかはわからないけど、みんなに追いつくために頑張るから。
And one more thing.
何？まだ何かあるの？
If you have time, could you perform one of your Geomancer rituals and make the weather at Chiron Sea Base as sunny as it is here today?
なんだ、それくらい安心して任せておいて。
With a proud grin, she puffed out her chest and gave it a confident pat. Even though it was just a lighthearted joke, she still played along with a complete sincerity.
ちょっと
Yao, what are you doing here? Okay, I'm curious. Let's see. Yao elbowed her way through the group before jogging up to me.
アクロポリス学院の人も同行するんでしょ？ちゃんと身だしなみには気をつけてね。
I find it interesting. Everybody is wearing the updated uniform except Kaya. Kaya has her Dawn Wing, but it feels out of place. I kind of understand that, but Riptide is also out of place in some way. I don't know. Her cheeks flushed as she bowed her head, gently smoothing the creases in my coat. Ever since our conveyance, she has started putting more effort into certain things. What if I end up looking too good and accidentally steal their heart?
だったらなに？別にそれくらい気にしないよ。
Despite her words, she pouted towards a different story. Then, with everyone watching, she rose on her tiptoes and pressed a soft kiss to my lips.
とにかく早く帰ってきてね。みんなとここで待ってるから。
See, something like that. She paused a little bit, and then like, okay, that's a bit too long. I don't know. That's probably me. I'll be back before you know it.
安心しなって。私がついてるから大丈夫。ちゃんと最後まで分析員の面倒を見るよ。
そう？本当は見てもらう側じゃなければいいけど。
なんて鋭いツッコミ。
まあ、とにかく二人とも無事に帰ってきて。
もちろんさ。
Alright, time to set off.
それじゃみんな、またね。
After waving goodbye to the others, Nita stepped up beside me, flashing a confident smile. With all eyes on us, she drew an arm around my shoulder.
今回は私に任せな。今の私、一味違うんだから。
I glanced her way, unable to hold back a grin. Oh? And here I thought I'd been watching you this whole time.
そういえばそうだね。
A faint blush swept across her face, but she quickly shook it off with a signature spirited laughter. Warm sunlight streamed through the porthole windows, casting a soft glowing glow over us. Seated by the window, Nita's tanned skin simmered in the light, radiating a quite quiet warmth. During the flight, she spent a long time telling me about her training, how hard she's been pushing herself lately. Eventually, a wave of drowsiness caught up to her.
無責任。やっと個人を建て替えるためのお金を貯めたね。
That's basically her lore. She basically wants to take care of the orphanage.
余った分は分析員にあれ買って。
That's more forgiving. That's more forgiving because the text is actually slow and you have to play your part on this one. Before she could finish, her head gently tipped into my shoulders, her breathing slowing into a calm, steady rhythm. She was sound asleep. I don't know how you say that. It sounds so weird, the sentence, how it sprays it. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Watching her this relaxed filled me with a quiet sense of peace and comfort. It will be a while before we arrive. Maybe I should get some rest too, and make the most of this warm sunshine. Adjusting my posture, I closed my eyes, letting the gentle warmth lure me towards sleep. The cabin was hushed and cozy, with only the occasional murmurs of slumber breaking the silence. The weightless stillness left like a dream unfolding in slow motion, drawing me deeper into its embrace. Speaking of dreams, somewhere in the hazy blur of my mind, I saw her again. The girl has been frequently my dreams recently. This time, she hasn't hidden behind any screen. She stood right in front of me, dressed in a pristine white dress. Her lips parted, her voice as clear as if it were truly there. By the time I woke, the world outside the porthole had completely changed. The warm spring sunlight was gone, replaced by heavy clouds stretching endlessly across the dull gray sky. Nita, we're almost there.
もう着いた。
Nita rubbed her cheeks against my shoulders, her eyes fluttering open.
なんか空めちゃくちゃ暗くない？
Did she forget about the weather that I was talking to her about?
任務遂行地点に到着。周辺に脅威は未確認。これより当機は着陸態勢に入る。
Hold on tight. The aircraft lurched sharply as it began to descend. Turbulence rattled us in our seats.
通信機使えなくなってるよ。
It's probably the aftermath of the recent Titan descent. Contamination levels must be dangerously high. Until we set up a dedicated comm station, we're totally cut off. The moment I stepped out of the hatch, familiar stiffening heaviness settled over me. The Titan's contamination here were nearly as bad as the droughted sections, but the dead signal wasn't only our problem. Nita, how are you feeling?
私全然元気だって。ほら、ピンピンしてるでしょ。シュッシュッ。
With that, she drew a quick flurry of punches right in front of me. That's good to hear. Looks like the new exosuit has also boosted your resistance to Titan's contamination. Speaking of which,
ああ、ルンドゥビのことか。昔のやつの中に着てるよ。
she pulled up her top, revealing the golden fabric underneath. The material looked like some kind of a synthetic fiber. Soft yet incredibly durable, molded perfectly to her form. It looks great. So why keep it covered?
適合テストは通過したけど、やっぱり古いやつの方が使い慣れてていいと思って。
Actually, that makes sense. That makes sense why she hasn't gotten a new suit. She scratches the back of her head, flickered of hesitation crossing her eyes before she clenches her fists again.
ルンドゥビの本当の力は大事な時のために取っておくよ。
Also more reasons why they delayed it. Her expression is tense just slightly, but it was enough for me to catch the message. I could tell she wasn't completely confident in handling the exosuit energy system. Like many a life new exosuit, Pulse could push its wearer's Duelos in its full potential, drastically boosting their combat power, but it requires absolute control from the user. And despite Nita's usual tough and confident exterior, deep down,
そして私はやってのけた。バルダー抑制剤の副作用にも耐えて、覚醒者になってヘイムダルに入った。お腹を空かせる心配も、安全な寝床を探す必要もなくなった。社員寮に住めばベッドは選び放題だし、ソファーで寝たっていい。スナック棚があるから好きな時に腹ごしらえもできる。おまけにタイタン汚染がなくて空気までうまい。まったく尺に触るくらいだ。それに分析員もいて、昔は他人が私をどう見ているのかなんて知ったこっちゃないと思ってた。だけど分析員と出会ってから私は動揺した。分析員と出会ってから初めて私は自由でいられなくなって、初めて劣等感を覚えた。分析員をがっかりさせるのが怖くて、分析員が私のことをどう見ているのか気になってきた。私は私らしくなくなったんだ。
deep down, she has her own fears and insecurities. If only I understood why, because she cherished her hard-won happiness too much to risk losing it. So I chose not to say anything. Instead, I just smiled and gave her a cheek of a gentle pinch. Well, let's just call it the ace of your sleeves then. Whatever works best suits you. A flicker of surprise crossed Nita's face. Besides, no matter which exosuit you wear, I know you'll handle it just fine.
もちろんだよ。分析員がそばにいるからさ。
She nodded. Her confident smiles settled back into place. Seeing that she has cheered up, I stirred the conversation back to the mission. By the way, Nito, have you spotted the Academia's Acropolos aircraft?
様子を見てくるよ。ちょっと待ってて。
With that, Nita climbed into the collapsed stone pillar, using the rubble to cover as she scanned the horizon.
どうやら私たち以外の飛行機はないみたい。
That doesn't add up. According to the last update to the Aeropolis, investigator Narita was supposed to arrive 30 minutes ahead of us to set up the comm station.
あ、待って分析。あそこに飛行機が。アクロポリス学院のものみたい。でも墜落してるし、もしかしたらネリーダも。
Following her gaze, I pulled out the binoculars and scanned the rocky shoreline in the distance. No, she's fine. Need to study the wreckage again. Then a realization dawned on her.
あ、死体も人の血痕も残ってないからか。
I nodded and gestured towards another spot nearby. Look over there.
足跡。それから何かを引きずる跡。
Yeah, looks like she dragged something heavy towards the center of that structure, like a crate.
わかった。
She jumped down from the pillar, readjusting her weapon and pulled out a tactical cloak over her shoulders.
バレないように追跡するんでしょ。
I gave her another nod. This was Nita in combat mode, sharp, precise, meticulous, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. As for Narita, Yggdrasil and the Academia Archipolis might have been allies on paper, but we still couldn't be sure if she was truly on our side.
分析員、遠くで新しい変異者が現れたみたい。
That could be the contamination hotspot. We might even find a Morty fragment there. Focusing my senses on the area ahead, I felt an unusually dense surge of energy.
アニムス？しかも新手の中型タイタンまで。
That's exactly what I'm worried about. Usually, the Mori fragments or depleted tentages only appear in the wake of the Titan's descent, which meant the fallout from the 1 week ago wasn't over. What really puzzled me though was how Narita and half-master manifestations has managed to survive in such extreme tentages contamination. The Sixth Reaper, huh? It might be even bigger headache than the Titan. I guess I have to see it for myself. Now we get to the gameplay part. Let's see. Experience mode? Oh. Okay, this is interesting. I didn't know that exists. I'm already level 100, by the way, so I don't think I need this currency, but this is okay. So I'll just omit that for the time being. See, look, Kea, Dawnwing. The other one you saw was Blue Bolt. All right. Sorry, by the way. Okay.
すっげえ。研究所じゃなくてまるで神殿じゃん。あ、前から何か聞こえたかも。分析行くよ。先に様子を見てくるね。
I haven't played Nita 4-star for so long, so forgive me for that.
面倒なやつが来たの？ 消えるよ。ムキになっちゃってどうすんの？分析、建物の中に入るよ。わかってるよ。暗がりに敵が潜んでいるかもでしょ。分析員がいることだし、きっと大丈夫だって。さて、私たちの力を見せつけちゃおう。
Wait, how do I get there? Okay. I literally do not know how to get there. Okay, this. Okay. I guess I have to shoot them? Oh my god, I am doing so bad. Fuck.
門得意分野よ。逃げないと間に合わないわよ。目標達成。ビューンってね。
Oh.
あれ、足跡はここで途切れたよ。もしかしてこの近くにいるのかな。今すぐぶっ倒れる相手でも先手必勝。時は来た。破壊しまた始めるんだ。
Oh, that's locked. Sure.
これからも頑張るから今度も連れてってよ。
My apologies if I did so poorly from that. Dagger's aim. Take care, my love. We fought our way through wave after wave of enemies. Finally reached the end of the path. Not a single human was in sight in the plaza before the elevator shaft. Instead, a massive energy pulse erratically in the air. Its eerie glow twisted and ringing it slowly took shape. I have no idea what I just said, or I'm reading it broken English, I don't know. The surrounding enemies seems drawn to the anomaly, flocking towards it like moths to flames.
ターゲットはその大きいのでいいよね。
I didn't slow down. Shooting need a knowing look.
オッケー、わかった。
She clenches her fists with a sharp mechanical whir. The robotic arms on her back unfolded.
道を塞ぐ雑魚たちは私が。
やかましい。
Oh, Narita is coming. Without warning, several glowing energy ribbons shot up from beneath the ground.
分析、危ない。
Reacting instantly, Nita shifted her stance, deploying her mechanical arms into a solid shield between me and the ribbons. Wait. In her rush to protect me, she has overlooked one small detail. This wasn't an ambush. Or rather, it wasn't aimed at us. Those ribbons weren't meant to ensnare or strike. They were conduits for channeling energy. The target of their focal point was that newbie Titan.
これでしまいだ。
It's Narita. It's Narita. A deafening boom ripped through the area as massive energy beams erupted from the point where the ribbons converge, slicing straight through the Titan. Taking advantage of the opening, I locked onto its core and hurled a grenade. Nita, you okay?
私は平気。あの攻撃、私たちを狙ってたわけじゃなかったんだ。
運のいいやつだと聞いていたが、本当のようだ。
A bold, teasing laugh slices through the night air. I looked up, drawn to its source, her gaze, sharp and predatory, gleaming as if she has locked onto fresh prey. Reaching atop of a towering pile of rubble, she lounged effortlessly, one leg across over the other, the tip of her boot tapping lightly, as if keeping time to an unheard beat. A swirling ribbon of energy coiled between her fingers, its crimson sheen accentually her cold, striking features, beautiful, deadly. With a flick of her wrist, the energy ribbon snapped taut, her icy red lips curving into an inscrutable smile.
ユグドラシルのヒーロー分析員というのはお前だな。
おい、人のこと聞く前に、まず自分から名乗るのが筋ってもんだろ。
第5研究所、イエロッシャ、ニューガントラ。この間だと、北底営にある事件の屋敷か。
She ignored Nita completely.
今まで数々の地獄を乗り越えてきたはずだ。
I thought there was more. Those lines don't match the dialogue. She tilted her head slightly, her piercing gaze slicing through me like a blade, as though silently asking,
死へのせめての敬意すらなくしたのか。
I didn't flinch. Instead, I met her gaze head on, a quiet, alluring smile tugging at my lips. Appreciate the compliment, but let's get one thing straight.
なんだ。
So far, I haven't felt even the slightest threat of death. For a split second, surprising flickered in my eyes, only to melt into something more unreadable. Amusement, intrigued, maybe even fascination.
面白い。
She rose to her feet with effortless grace. Her heels clicked against the rubble, each step measured, deliberate, closing the distance between us.
ネリーだよ。アクロポリス学院の首席調査員だ。
With a subtle nod and a fleeting glint of approval, she extended her hand, palm up, as she was offering an invitation. I knew better. This wasn't just a friendly gesture. It was a test, an unspoken challenge.
ネリーだ。
Nita saw through her, too. She stepped in front of me, positioning herself as a shield, her glare as sharp as a blade unsheathed.
分析員に何か度が過ぎたことをしたらただじゃおかねえから。
The air grew heavy with tension, pressing in around them. I let it out a slow, measuring breath. Give Nita's shoulder a reassuring pat, at the same time take Nita's. I don't know. My apologies for procrastinating on this one. Let's go in Narita's hand. Since you already heard about us, I guess there's no need for introductions. So let's cut to the chase. Narita, we accept your cooperation request. Both of them froze for a moment, but Narita quickly regained her composure.
ブロックセラムを回収するまで退屈しなさそうだ。
He casts Nita a fleeting, frosty glance.
こんな彼氏がいるとは幸運だな。
彼氏？そうだよ。羨ましいだろう。
Even though she tried to play it cool, the bright red of her earlobes betrayed her.
ならこうしよう。
She tightened her grip onto my hand, making her intent unmistakably clear.
分析員、任務を終えたら一緒にアクロポリス学院に来てほしい。
それはまず私を通してもらうよ。
Before I could respond, Nita clenches her fist, stepping in to answer on my behalf. At that, Narita let out a quiet chuckle. Quiet chuckle. I don't... Damn. Whatever. Released my hand and turned her attention back to the Titan's remains.
冗談だ。忘れてくれ。そうだ。一応聞くが、こいつの処理は私に任せてくれないか。
Go ahead. I didn't stop her. Instead, I watched her closely, waiting to see what she would do next. Taking a deep breath, she stretched out her hands toward the still flickering mass of energy. Then I saw something remarkable. The essence within the depleted Titagen surged towards her, crowding into her body like waves crashing onto shore.
なんだ？食事に誘ってほしいのか？
Noticing my gaze, she turned, her lips curling into a playful smirk. Then it hit me. She must be like those half manifestations in the military. Essentially, they harness Titagens to push the limits of human potential. However, do you realize the consequences of what you're doing?
バカを言え。どうなるかは百も承知だ。だが、誰かがやらなくてはならなくてな。
See, this dialogue is actually longer, but yet the sentence of this is much shorter.
ここまで来ているお前なら、よくわかっているはずだ。強者たる者、己の命以外にもたくさん背負わなくちゃならない。
An unexpected response. Yes, the sincerity in her eyes made it hard to doubt. To confirm my suspicions, I closed my eyes and focused on the energy she was giving off.
あんたみたいな人、アクロポリス学院にはまだまだいるってこと？じゃあ、彼女たちは？
惜しいが、そんな彼女たちはいない。
She closed her eyes, her gray lashes fluttering slightly, casting soft shadows beneath them. Her lips held their usual poised curve, yet a subtle wistfulness flickered in her gaze.
この道に踏み入ってこの力を使いこなせたのは最初から最後まで私一人だ。待たせたね。
After a long while, as the last trace of depleted nitrogens faded, Narita and I opened our eyes at the same time. Let's move on, Narita. You still have the comm stations, don't you? Earlier, while tracking her, we had found more than just footprints. There were deep drag marks, clear evidence that she had been hauling something heavy.
おお、鋭い観察眼を持っているようだ。
With a slight curl of her fingers, an energy ribbon lashes forward, yanking a steel crate from beneath the rubble.
汚染源はもう排除されたわけだ。ここに置いておこ
う。ここに
？Yes. It's close to the lift and surrounded by solid cover. Easy to defend, hard to breach. I looked around and nodded in agreement. He was right. Once the comm stations were set up, we stepped into the lift, leading down to the sea floor, the location of the confinement serum. Our objective. It was also the most heavily containment places in the area after the Titan's descent. And if my instincts were right, a large Titan would be waiting for us down there. The cramped elevator intensifies the scene both around me. Summer's golden fruit on one side, winter's solemn pines on the other. Both filling my senses at once. I stood between them, their contrasting notes intertwined yet never blending. Suddenly, a glint of metal caught my eye. Pinned to Narita's chest was a small insignia, a shape distinct and unmistakable. I recognized it instantly. It was Yira's Aerosphere badge. You're from Eurus. Her hands brushes off the badge, fingers lingering on the star-shaped mark, as if reaching a long-forgotten memory.
というより、だった。もう昔のことだから。
That explains a lot. Earlier, as I watched her absorb the energy, something felt off. The titans were corroding her nerves. She could slow the damage by continuously drawing in its energy, and outwardly, there were no visible symptoms. But unlike my abilities to convert Titan's energy, all she did was substitute. To put simply, it was like replacing bricks in the fortress wall one by one with fragile glass. Sooner or later, that wall would collapse. And it was certain that she knew it. In truth, the one who had walked through hell and back countless times and lost all fear of death wasn't me. It was her. The soft hum of that elevator was reminiscent of the northern winds that carry echoes of the distant past. Just like the people of Eurus who spent their lives battling natural disasters, oppressions, and fate itself. Nerida too bore of the weight of a life with no other options. Numbers. I guess I could put that on for now. I have a lot of stamina right now. Oh, now we're using her. All right. Let's go. Let's go.
変異者以外にロボットまでいるのか。
アクロポリス学院の騎兵だ。古いモデルばかりだが、敵がシステムをハックしたせいで前のドアがロックされている。2分くれ、すぐに解いてやる。
Oh my god. Alright, her standard skill is so hard to use.
元調査員として当たり前のスキルだ。
ここって。
Move the cube, shoot the puzzle key cube to make it move in one direction until it hits the object. Move all cubes to the designated point to make the complete to challenge the puzzle. You can reset the button to return the cubes to its starting position and restart the challenge. Okay.
可視化ハッキングプログラムだ。今から敵のバリアを解く。2人とも注意しろ。
Oh. Oh. Okay, this feels like the Pokemon game that I played. Like when you played with the ice or something like that. How do I reset this? Yeah, let's reset this. Okay. Okay. We'll shoot this one here. Yeah, there's no... The only thing that stops it is the object right in front of us. There you go. There you go. I messed up.
まだあるんだ。
Okay. I don't mind these puzzles, by the way. Don't fall. I don't think you could die while falling though. But still, don't fall.
落ち着け。これを解いたらシステムの利用権限を奪える。
Ooh. Okay. Alright, let's use this one first. Oh shit. It's stuck. Alright, reset this. Okay. Let's use this one first. Okay. I think I got it. No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Hold on. I'll check. Hold on. I don't think you could shoot it like this. No, it doesn't work. Got it. Okay. Ooh, this is really challenging. Okay, let's try this way. There you go. There you go. Problem solved.
これで奪えたの？さすがアクロポリス学院。ハイテクだね。でも分析員、下からなんか聞こえてこない？
これくらい闇を恐れる。こんなもの肩慣らしに。
Wait, I thought I was out of range. What the hell? Oh, that's fucked up. That's fucked up.
よくやったな。では作戦を再開しよう。
引き返すぞ。二人とも大丈夫？
一発で仕留めてやったのは せめての情けだ。
That cutscene was unexpected. The girl reawakens. The call from the depths.
はあ、大変なことになったじゃん。
I did not expect a cutscene from there, but I would rather have cutscene within the visual novel. Otherwise, it's like, oh, there's too much text. They're just saying a lot of stuff and whatnot. This is why there are shows or series they want you to show, not tell. If you keep telling, there's not a lot of stuff. But unless there's certain actions that shows upon, then sure, why not?
海底実験所につながる通路が断たれちゃったよ。
No, it's not the only way. Narita, can you pull up the facility's structural map? Narita didn't respond. She simply stared at the collapsed tunnel, her expression unreadable as if lost in thought. Narita? The sound of my voice seems to pull her back. Without a word, she closed her eyes, then lifted a hand to brush back the loose strands of her forehead. And just like that, her composure returned. She met my gaze and gave a slight nod.
海底実験場につながる道は他にもある。リグ中央の大リフトを使えば、まっすぐ海底にたどり着ける。
But there's a catch, isn't there?
ちゃんと情報収集しておいたようだな。エレベーターを動かすためには、大量のエネルギーの他に AI システム、カローンの承認も必要だ。
Chiron Sea Base was originally designed to develop an AI system capable of ensuring human safety in extreme environments. The results of their research was Chiron, an advanced AI system. However, its development was shut down for violating the ban on sentient AI. At the same time, Yggdrasil exerted heavy pressures on the academia's Acropolis to terminate the project. But not everyone wanted to comply. Resistance flared among the researchers, and before long, it escalated into a full-blown riot. In the end, the fractions advocating for containment prevailed. Using the confinement serum, a specialized titagen's inhibitors, they successfully severed Chiron's power supply. With that, the partnership fell apart. Per the agreement, all research, including the confinement serum, was sealed away in the seafloor lab. The official story framed it as a lab accident caused by AI malfunction. As I mentally reviewing the confidence files Caroline had sent me, a sudden deep snapped me out of my thoughts.
あれ、分析員の、私の端末も鳴ってる。
All three of us reached for our terminals at the same time.
内容は座標のみのようだが。
私を捨てないで。
Oh crap, is it Edda again?
まだ守りたい。
No. There was also a message. They couldn't just see it. A fleeting vision flashes through my mind and vanished as quickly as it came.
救難信号だ。
ここへ来る前も似たような信号を受け取ったよね。
なら確かめに行こう。
Narita and I spoke at the same time. It could be a trap, but if we move in, we might get a closer look at whoever pulled the strings behind the scenes.
そうだね。ビビってもしょうがないし、相手がロザンでもエッタでも罠を仕掛けてこようものなら、こっちから乗っかってあいつを引っ張り出してぶっ潰してやる。
For the first time, we were completely on the same page. Besides, ignoring those in need isn't how we do things in Heimdall. Maybe she didn't even realize it herself, but Renita... I apologize, burping. But when Narita looked at me again, there was a newfound glint of approval, perhaps even admiration, in her gaze. After a long trek, we finally reached the coordinates from the signal. It was a dimly lit, abandoned storage room. As its center stood a massive metal cabinet. Its indicates lights flickering like faint fireflies in the dark.
信号はこのロッカーから出てるよ。鍵がかかってるみたいだけど。
Without a word, Narita stepped past Nita and keyed in the sequence of numbers.
パスワードを確認しました。使用権限の確認のため、遺伝子データを提出してください。
Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip, let a drop of blood fall onto the sample collection dish.
認証完了。解錠する権限を確認できませんでした。
Allow me. I placed a hand on Narita's shoulder, signaling for her to step aside. Her eyes widened in shock. An understandable reaction. No one will expect me to have a connection to a piece of technology from the Academia Archopolis. What she didn't know, however, was that for someone like me, bypassing a biometrics authorization system was nothing more than child's play.
認証完了。使用権限を確認しました。
With a smooth mechanical hum, the cabinet doors slid open. Wait, this is not Enda. This is someone else. Okay. And then standing before us, with a petite figure, a girl with hair as white as freshly fallen snow, draped in a meticulously white dress.
女の子？
いや、ヒューマノイドの類だろう。
What Narita meant is likely a robotic construct, but unlike traditional robots, a synthetic structure and system are far closer to those of a living being.
これ本当に数十年前に作られたものなの？
That would be very scary in the 1950s. Not 1950s, what the fuck? In the 2050s. That would be very scary.
喋った。
勘違いじゃないといいですが、皆さんは人間ですよね。
Her voice trembled as she spoke, timid and uncertain. Confusion, hesitation, and fear, emotions not typically associated with synthetics, felt undeniably real in this little girl. Yeah. I gave it a moment thought before nodding, then easing my grip on my half-drawn weapon, I let it slide back into its holster.
よかった。
The tension in her voice melted away as she exhaled deeply, a hint of joy crossing her face.
さっきの救難信号送ったのはあんたなの？
救難信号？あ、もしかしてスリープ中に送っちゃったんですか？
人間じゃないことを自覚しているんだな。
Clearly, Narita had the same question on her mind, though it was a bit too blunt about it.
はい、私はアクロポリス学院が開発したヒューマノイドです。
She didn't even seem to mind the unsensitive remark. In fact, she straightened up and even patted her chest with a hint of pride. And besides that, what else do you remember? Like, how did you end up here? Who put you in this cabinet? She closed her eyes, as if strange to recall distinct memories, just like a human girl might.
悪いことをしちゃってここに閉じ込められたってこと以外は何も。
Another dead end then.
一つだけはっきり覚えていることがあります。
The girl took a step forward, and then before anyone could react, she reached out and took my hand.
私の使命で、私の願いです。
Her sapphire eyes shimmered, reflecting emotions too complex to name.
永遠に人類を守りたいです。たとえその代償がこの命であってもです。
Wait, she wants to protect me for all eternity?
だからお別れの時が来るまで私を捨てないでください。
The Chiron system was designed to protect the humanoid. So, even if you don't know anything about her, Narita,
さあな、さっぱりだ。
before long, we have resurfaced with the mysterious girl and tow. After double checking, triple checking, even Narita confirmed that there's no records of this synthetic in the database. Her presence hasn't answered any of our questions. If anything, it only raised more.
ただ一つだけ言えよう。こいつには間違いなくカローンが搭載されている。
カローンの力でこの基地で私は何でもできるのです。
And just like that, she put on a little show, casually swinging the automatic door open and shut with nothing but a dot. Would you be willing to help us?
私は人類を助けるために作られたんですから。
それじゃあ中央リフトを動かしてみてくれない？
承知です。任せてください。
すっごい揺れてる。もしかしてできたの
But before we could celebrate, her body suddenly went limp, like a balloon losing air.
ダメだった。
That's fine. Don't beat yourself up. She slumped into my arms, guilt clouding her expression. I gave a reassuring shake of my head.
エネルギーの問題だろう。あれから何年も経ったんだ。かろうじて動いている風力発電機だけではリフトは満足に動かん。
I just realized, I think one of the things they could improve on the visual novel is to retrace the steps back, like one dialogue at a time. I think they could implement that. It's possible. Shouldn't be a problem. There should be a storage room with energy power cells deep or inside the facility. If we could gather those and give the lift a proper recharge. Just as I thought crossed my mind, a soft stomach growling, rumbling through the room.
え？分析員、お腹空いたの？
A little. But that wasn't me.
ひひ。じゃあ、誰かさんだな。
腹が空いたら隠さず言うタイプだ。
Then another rumble came, much louder this time. We all turned towards the mysterious girl.
ごめんなさい。まだ我慢できますので気にしないでください。
She clutched her stomach, clearly trying not to be a burden. Right, synthetics could get hungry too. Might as well take a break. It's getting late anyway. We'll need time to collect the power cells, so let's set up a temporary camp here first. For some rest.
そうだね。物資は全部飛行機の方にあるから、今から持ってくるね。
I'll start cleaning the area then.
私も手伝います。
Her bare feet pitter-pattered softly against the ground as she hurried to my side, lifting a chunk of rubble with her tiny hands. It wasn't just in my head. This girl really likes me for some reason. Meanwhile, Narita remained silent. She simply turned and reached into a steel crate containing the comms station, pulling out another package.
こんなところで新鮮な果物と見るからにうまそうなヨーグルトが食べられるなんて。
After some effort, we finally had our makeshift camp set up. And Narita's mysterious package has turned out to be a massive stash of sweet snacks. It's not mysterious, it's mystery. It could be it could be both. It could be both.
分析員に免じてお前たちにも味わわせてやろう。精神の安定と体力の維持のために糖分は必要不可欠だからな。
やったじゃん。
こういう時はそう言うんですね。じゃあ
The girl mumbled to herself.
やったじゃん。
Mimicking Nina's enthusiasm, she drew her arms up in a escalar bench here. As the warmth of the campfire and the scent of sweet desserts filled the air, our differences quietly melted away. By the way, we still don't know your name.
私のこと？
Yeah, do you remember it?
やっぱり思い出せません。そもそも名前なんてないかもしれませんし。
A trace of disappointment crossed her face. In that case, how about we come up with one for you?
分析員お兄さんがつけてくれるならもちろん喜んで。
She looked up, her wide eyes glowing with a faint blue light. Honestly, I wasn't the best at coming up with names, but it looks like I have to give it my best shot. After a quick look around, I made my decision. Yogurt. Let's call you Yogurt.
ヨーグルトから取った名前か。
ヨーグルト、夜。
That's not what I meant. You don't like it?
とっても気に入っています。皆さん、ヨーグルトが好きなようだし、私もみんなに好かれるようになりたいです。ありがとうございます、分析員お兄さん。
Well, yogurt isn't exactly a person, but sure. Oh, and don't forget to thank Miss Narita. She's the one who was kind enough to share her yogurt with everyone. At the sound of her name, Narita sat down her utensils and glanced over.
はい、ネリーダさんもありがとうございます。
気にするな。
With a brief glance at yogurt, she turned to quietly slicing up her fruits.
また冷たいモードに入っちゃった。まあいいか。それより分析員、私のヨーグルトを食べてみてよ。特納フレーバーなんだってさ。
Give me a moment. I need to show this. Okay. Nita scooped up a generous spoonful of yogurt and leaned in, holding it up to my lips. Thanks, Nita. The moment it touched my tongue, a rich creamy sweetness bloomed across my palate.
ちょっと待ってね。
Before I could properly savor the taste, Nita brushes her thumb against the corner of my mouth, wiping away a stray bit of yogurt. Then, right in front of me, she slipped on the yogurt street finger between my lips, giving it a slow, playful lick.
ますます甘くなったみたい。
She beamed, warm, radiant, and full of life, like the first golden light of dawn. After the meal, bedtime follows soon after. Carefree as ever, Nita fell asleep almost instantly, wrapping herself around my arm. Next to us, Yogurt's breathing was soft and steady, deep in sleep as well. My eyes were shut, but my mind remains alert. Across the room, Narita was also awake. In the silence, the sound of her heartbeat grew more distinct. Then, as if making sure we were asleep, she slowly got up. A faint rustle followed as she moved towards the door. She paused for a moment, then gently pushed it open and slipped outside.
分析員、ついていく気？
In the darkness, Nita opened her eyes. She cupped my face in her hands, a flicker of insecurity in her gaze. Relax, Anna. You look in here. Of course, I'm going to check on her. That's all. I made it a light-hearted joke to ease her mind. Wait, Nita, you're not jealous, are you?
焼いてないよ。だって知ってるもん。分析員は彼女のためにヘイムダルから。私の元から離れたりしないって。もうあんまり待たせないで。
Yep, definitely a little jealous. I'll be back soon, I promise. I gave her cheek a gentle pinch, reassuring her.
気をつけて行ってきて。せっかく分析員と二人きりなのに、そばにいてくれないと寂しいよ。
She slipped her arm out from under the blanket, lifting her hand in the air, waiting for our usual high five. I pressed my lips against hers. A breath hitches, her whole body tensing. Then, in the moment, she gave in, melting into me. She was flustered, overwhelmed, yet undeniably content. Then at last, she released a slow, steady breath, as if she has finally grasped something she has been reaching for all along. To me, Nita wasn't just family, nor was she simply the bro who always had my back. He was the girl who made my heart race. That night, at the highest point of the sea breeze, Narita stood alone, her gaze lost in the distant sky, as if searching for someone long gone. Her slender silhouette looked so lonely, so sorrowful, a stark contrast to the proud, aloof woman she has been when we first met. At the sound of approaching footsteps, she spoke first.
まだ寝ないのか?
I'm not used to sleeping with someone watching me. And what about you? Wandering off to a place like this? They'll tell me you're immune to the cold. The wind's picking up tonight. Give her your coat. Here, put this on. She hesitated for a moment before accepting the coat. draping it over her shoulders.
よくわからんやつだな。さっきはあれだけ無関心な顔をしていたのに、今度は優しさを振る舞ってくるか。なんだ、もう駆け引きを始めているのか。
We're in this together, so it wouldn't hurt to get to know my mission partner better.
そんなことお前には必要ないのでは。
What do you mean? She stared straight into my eyes, speaking with absolute self-assurance, as though stating an undeniable and universal truth.
お前ほどの強者なら、それらしくもっと身勝手に振る舞うかと思っていたが。
Don't project your own patterns onto me. I chuckled, shaking my head. Besides, I phrased it differently. Follow one's heart into a privilege reserved for the strong. Everyone has something they cherish deeply, and with that comes not just the right, but the responsibility to stand up and fight for it. Her brows twitches, as if my words remain her of something buried deep.
この子を東の港まで送り届けて、そこにいるアクロポリス学院の調査員に引き渡してちょうだい。それからこの子が安全にイエロ社から出られることを約束して。
何も変わらないのにか。
That's right. But if something choose to do nothing because they believe nothing they do will ever make a difference, then they never will. For a split second, her fingers gripped the edge of my coat. Her knuckles nearly turned white.
甘ったるい考えだ。
Her words were cold, yet beneath her lashes a warm glowing flickered. After some time,
さて、そろそろ帰るか。
she loosened the coat around her shoulders, opening it just enough for me to step in beside her. Silent invitation to share her warmth. Step closer to her.
お前の言う通りなのかもしれん。
Through the fabric, I could feel the steady rhythm of her pounding heart and its glowing warmth. About what?
今夜の風は冷たいって話だ。
Somewhere deep within a heart-long wall, off from the world, something was stirring, ready to reshape its very core. Retrieval.
目標エリアに到着。行動開始。ん？先に行くつもり。どうやら目標はすぐ前にあるな。闇を恐れ。なんだ、あっけない。思いがけぬ幸運だな。しっかりついてこい。前方の汚染がひどくなってるのを感じている。
I didn't know next dialogue will come when she moves, so.
なんだ、あっけない。預かってくれないか。好機だ。私の戦いぶり、気に入ったか？ あっけにこんなに肩慣らしにもならん。預かってくれないか。思いがけぬ幸運だな。回収完了。やっぱりお前にとっては簡単すぎたか。一発で仕留めてやったのはせめての情けだ。
Oh, she's cute. He's really cute. Alright. A silent black box. A gift from the forgotten.
夢は鋭い刃のようだ。夜になると心の底に埋まった見たくない記憶を掘り起こしてしまう刃。
寒い。体が動かない。もうすぐ通りかかった獣に食べられちゃうだろう。でも仕方ないよね。母さんも父さんも私も誰だって同じ。イエロ社では弱者は生き延びられない。
かわいそうに。おそらく北から逃げてきた狩人たちね。戦争がここフロストランドにまで広まったとは。こんなに幼い子まで。待って、この子まだ息があるわ。あらね、リーダー、一人でたくさん買ってきたのね。
もうすぐ冬だから今年はおばあちゃんにちゃんとした食事をしてほしくて。
おばあちゃんはその気持ちだけで嬉しいわ。これだけのお肉、二人じゃ再来年になっても食べきれないもの。
じゃあ余った分はいつも通り村の孤児院にあげよう。
ええ、着替えてくるから後で一緒に行きましょう。
私はいいよ。
どうしたの？
そこのちびすけたちおばあちゃんの陰口を言ってたから。昨日ちょっと懲らしめたんだ。そもそもあんな弱い人間勝手に飢えてればいいのに。
ねえリーダー、もしかしておばあちゃんの言ってたこと忘れたの？弱者にだって吹雪を生き延びる権利が与えられているのよ。強い人間というのはね、力を持つだけじゃなくてそれを正しく使えることができる人のことよ。ね、リーダーはとても強いから人の悪意には負けないけれど、でも自分の中にある悪意に惑わされて判断を誤っちゃダメよ。
分かった。
それじゃあ一緒に孤児院へ行きましょう。事情は分かったからみんなにちゃんと謝ってもらうからね。
お前たち。
ここであなたにお会いするとは思いませんでした。航空学の第一人者マダム・モロゾワ。
今はただの老婆よ。それで何かご用でも？
ご存知かと思うが、あなたが忌み嫌うグスタフの時代はじきに終わりを迎える。新しい時代を作り、イエロ社の空と未来を奪い返すためには、ぜひマダムのご協力を仰ぎたいと。
私のことを誤解されているようね。
つまり、私たちに協力する気はないと。
お前たち何をするつもりだ。
大丈夫よネリーだ。落ち着いて。彼見ての通り、私はもう老いぼれたただの老婆だから。協力したって何の役にも立たないだろう。
My apologies to skip over that dialogue. I didn't expect more dialogue come to it, so that's what I mean.
そこはご安心を。お名前だけ貸していただければそれで十分。情勢的に民意に取り入ることが大事なのでね。
Yeah, I wish there is the backwards button for there, but there isn't.
研究のことならまた別件になるが、もちろん無理強いするつもりはない。
最初からそう素直に言ってくれたらとっくにうなずいていたのに。こうなった以上、私からも一つ条件を聞いてもらわないとね。
どうぞ何なりと。
この子を東の港まで送り届けて、そこにいるアクロポリス学院の調査員に引き渡してちょうだい。それからこの子が安全にイエロ社から出られることを約束して。
いいとも。お安いご用だ。
Is this cruel, unforgiving world truly worth everything we have to give?
ありがとうねネリーだ。あなたのおかげで答えに一歩近づいた気がするわ。まあ結局答えは導き出せなかったけれ
スキャン終了。侵食進行度 98%。
体に異変はまだないが、崩壊というのはいつだって一瞬で起きるものだ。時間はない。今回こそカロンシステムを手に入れなくては。あれがあれば最新の無人騎兵が完成するはずだ。我々の代わりに汚染エリアで戦い続けてくれる。そうなれば力を持たない一般人が前線に出ずに済む。夢か。
Narita slowly opened her eyes, the rhythmic crash of waves echoing in her ears. Outside, the sky remained cloaked in thick clouds, even darker and heavier than the day before.
最近昔の夢ばかり見るな。不吉だ。
おはようございます、分析員お兄さん。
The first thing I saw upon waking was Yogurt, standing by my side. Nita and Narita were still fast asleep beside me. Yogurt, you're already up?
はい、私のモデルは1日4時間休憩すれば大丈夫ですから。
Wish I could be like that.
そういえば分析員お兄さんたちのために朝ごはんを用意しましたよ。どうですか？
Her bright, eager expression made it impossible to refuse. Smiling, I nodded and quietly slipped out of bed.
じゃじゃーん。
Hardtack biscuits were nearly arranged on disposable plates, carefully broken into uniform pieces and stacked together. Between each layer was drizzled of smooth, creamy yogurt. Huh. So this was Yogurt's ideal breakfast? Still, she's clearly put a lot of thought into making the best of what was available.
はい、どうぞ食べてみてください。
She held up a biscuit, cradling it carefully in both hands, offering it to me. Grab it and pop it into my mouth. Well, this sweet yogurt certainly gave these bland, hardtack biscuits some flavor at least. Nice job, yogurt.
ありがとうございます。
Her eyes lit up at my praise, sparkling with joy. For a moment, I nearly forgot she wasn't a human.
もうちょっと作ってきますね。あのお二人ももうすぐ起きてきますから。
Sure, go ahead. At my nod, she scampered off towards the corner where she kept our supplies, her bare feet pattering against the floor. I could hear her muttering to herself.
夜、よくやった。
はよ分析。
Yawning, Nita emerges from the room.
夜嬉しそうだね。なんかあったの？
Oh, about that. After a simple yet peaceful breakfast, we regrouped for the mission briefing, returning to a sense of seriousness and urgency. With the weather worsening, time was against us. To activate the lift as quickly as possible, we split into two teams to gather the necessary power cells. Nita and Yogurt took the safer upper level. Hostile presence were minimal there, but many doors require Yogurt access codes to open. Meanwhile, Narita and I ventured into the depths of the sea base. Our destination was the closest accessible area to the seafloor lab.
もう一つ曲がると最後のバッテリー保管所だ。
The dim corridor pulses with the eerie blue glow, cast by Titan's crystals clinging to the walls. Weapons at the ready, Narita and I advanced cautiously. We need to pick up the pace. Contamination levels here are way too high to linger. With a sharp grating whir of Academia Archopolis, drones behind us suddenly roared to life. Its frame bristling with jagging Titan's crystals. Precise control over inorganic matter. That wasn't something a regular Titan could manage. I pulled the trigger with my gun, taking down the strange sentry.
いや、もう遅い。ここで迎え撃つぞ。
Once again, Narita unleashed her energy ribbons. This time, covering a far wider area than during our first encounter. Meanwhile, several Titans lunged at me. A burst of crimson mist flamed in the air as they were impaled, and I finished them off without hesitation. Huh, those ribbons of hers always seems to target the enemies closest to me. Glancing over my shoulder, I caught sight of Narita. Her sharp gaze, like a blade, slicing clean through the battlefield haze. Even without her ribbons, she moved with lethal grace, weaving effortlessly between foes and striking with deadly precision. It was like watching a dance of death. Within moments, the first wave was wiped out. I appreciate the backup, but you may want to conserve your strength. I can sense more coming. We will be able to hold this corridor for long.
なら正面突破だ。
No, we go up. I shook my head and, without warning, slipped my arm around her waist.
お前。
She turned to me in surprise. Her sharp gaze flashes with both irritation and the faintest flicker of shyness. This This is no time to be stubborn. I murmured into her ear with a soft chuckle. Her body tense beneath my grip, warm yet stiff, ready to bolt. But I didn't give her the chance. Just the slightest pressure, and she knew. I had her trapped. Gradually, she stopped resisting, though her chest still rose and fell with ragged breath. The sharp edge in her gaze began to soften. As enemies closed in, I clenched my free right hand into the fist. A low whir filled the air as glowing blue light surged through the edges grooves of my armor, energy gathering in my knuckles. Let's get out of here. With a deafening boom, the ceilings crackled open, revealing a narrow passage above.
なぜだ。我々なら正面突破だってたやすいはずだ。
With no pursuers in sight, I finally let go of her. We could have, but they were just stalling. No point wasting time on them. And more importantly, I wanted to show you that there's always more than one way forward, Narita. For a fleeting moment, her eyes lit up. Then she looked away. Anyway, let's find a spot with lower contamination. Just as we were about to press forward, a small black box drifted out from the shadows. No trace of crystal growth, no sign of Titagen's corruption. It hovers in place, pulsing twice like a blue light, as it was waiting for us to follow. What is this?
カローンを格納している記憶媒体の一つだ。追うぞ。
Narita snapped back into focus. Her tone broke no argument, as she reached for my hand, intended on taking the lead once again. I guess I'll let her have this one. The black box furred sharply, weaving through a maze of hidden shortcuts as it led us, leaving our pursuers farther behind with every turn. Eventually, we reached a storage room. The black box flickered and powered down as it had run out of breath. After reinforcements, the room's wall were stabilizers. I turned to Narita. The real carriers you mentioned, they must be the system's original carriers, right? Just as we suspect, your existence has been an accident. As I examined the black box, I remembered the several carriers like this one had also been deployed through the other area of the base. They were interconnected through the network. Their processors enabled them to share visions and awareness.
ああ、だがそれには意識はないはずだ。
Narita defiantly connected device to her terminal. Fingers tapped rapidly across the screen. So just now, it was simply acting on its core protocol, to protect humans. She nodded, eyes still fixed on the data. Then suddenly,
システムログは全部消された。残ってるのは起動履歴だけだ。
peering over her shoulders, I saw the activation time. It aligns exactly with the moments of the Titan's descent here.
誰かがカローンを夜に移動させた。
Again, we spoke in unison.
意外と息が合ってるみたいだ。
I don't even know if I'm actually speaking with her at times because it does show me speaking as well. She didn't seem particularly surprised. After all, she saw me as the type of a person as her.
さあ、分析員、上に戻るぞ。
She pocketed her terminal and casually tossed me the black box. Yeah, we do make a good team. Yeah, something about the way she acted felt a little too deliberate. I had noticed it. While drawing my attention to the screen, she had quietly slipped the preceding chips out of the black box. But Narita, I need to understand. The moment I grabbed her wrist, the seafloor trembled again. The metallic walls ground under the strain, screeching as they were moments away from collapse. Remember your sins. Oh. Okay. I was wondering about that. They do look similar. So yeah. Almost instantly, Yogurt's small frame froze. A flash of red flickered across her eyes and her expression went blank, as if her mind had slipped away.
夜どうかしたの？
Sensing something was off, Nita quickly turned to check on her. But just as quickly, Yogurt's eyes snapped back into focus, though a shadow of unease and fear still lingers beneath her gaze.
爆発です。ついさっき海底実験場で爆発が。
海底実験所？まずい。分析員が下にいるんだった。
Nita murmured under her breath, then sprang into motion.
夜、先にキャンプに戻ってて。どこにも行かないで。
Without hesitation, she activated her terminal and bolted towards the passage leading down below.
お願い、つながってよ。
ニタさん、私も行きます。
夜？
お願いします。ニタさんにちゃんとついていきますから。私、近道を知っていますし。
じゃあ、道案内頼んだね。
はい。永遠に人類を守りたいです。たとえその代償がこの命であってもです。
Another visual novel to this. Okay. The Chosen Path. Wish you were here. Yeah, we ran into a little situation, but we're fine. Don't worry. We're fine, really. The stabilizers we set up earlier held steady. We're as secure as we will be right now. I'm sending you our coordinates. If it put your mind at ease, you can meet us here. Nita ended the call in a hurry. Meanwhile, I turned my attention back to Narita, who at the moment was pressed flushes against me. Taking advantage of the quake's brief eruption, she had slipped effortlessly from my grasp. In one swift motion, she sprung and pinned me to the wall. At the first glance, it looks like she was shielding me from the tremors, but in reality, it was just as much of a restraint as it was protection. Alright, Narita. Mind letting me go? Her body was pressed close, soft curves molded against my chest. The pressure measured just right, firm enough to keep me pinned down, not quite enough to hurt. I drew a slower breath, steadily my heartbeat and keeping my expression neutral. But we both knew what this was. She just wasn't ready to say it out loud yet. She held my gaze for a long moment. Sharp eyes, studying mine with quiet intensity. Then, just as I expected, she stepped back. Now, back to what I'm saying. I have a question for you. I wasn't letting this go. From our very first encounter to choosing her as my partner on our quest for power cells, I had one goal in mind.
なんで？
Once we retrieve the Chiron system on the main processor and bring it back to the Academia Acropolis, what do you or Academy plan to do? I need to learn more about her. This so-called ally, the full extent of the institution she represented. Because one thing was certain, the Academia Arcopolis didn't send their chief investigator all the way here just to assist.
お前には関係のない話だ。
She lowered her voice, trying to sound cold, calculated deflection. But it was too deliberate. I saw through it instantly. Yeah, that's what I thought at first too. But I extended a hand to her. When we met, you were the one who reached out to me first, weren't you?
ネリーベよ。アクロポリス学院の首席調査員だ。
Her pupils trembled fiercely. You said it yourself, the strong don't fight only for themselves. I'm aware of what's happening in Philosia. The tree's growth is accelerating with every passing day.
罪のない人間が毎日のように死んでいく。分析員、お前の言いたいことは分かっている。
Suddenly, she gripped my wrist and pulled me towards her. And in that moment, through those deep, wine-red eyes, I glimpsed something raw and unspoken, emotion rippling just beneath the surface of her guarded heart.
だがこれはアクロポリス学院自身の問題だ。私、いや、我々は自分のやり方で解決する。それでいずれ誰も命を脅かされずに済む。
Then I'm even more intrigued. Just how dire has this crisis become that you believe justifies risking the lives of Heimdall and myself?
お前のそのわがまま嫌いじゃないが。
Her voice was lowered and measured, carrying a subtle edge of appreciation and a trace of regret.
それは間違いなんだ。
As she let go of my wrist, her expression turned cold.
はっきり言おう。世界を滅ぼそうとするこの災いは、ユグドラシルの傲慢さと軍の身勝手が招いたものなんだ。真理と人類の存続のために、これからアクロポリス学院は歴史の観測者ではなく、執筆者として舞台に上がらせてもらう。もとより、アクロポリス学院のものであったカローンの奪還は計画の第一歩に過ぎ、それに
Something flickers in her crimson eyes, an emotion I couldn't quite read.
私はもう決めた。誘うのではなく、問答無用でお前を連れて行く。
And yet you call me headstrong. I'm afraid I have to turn you down again.
なら、お前の実力で抗ってみればいい。
The moment those words left her lips, a cold flash of steel sliced through the air, aimed directly at my face. Activate your armor to deflect the attack. A harsh metallic clang echoed through the confined space. Her strikes then rained down relentlessly, each blow precise, but none could pierce my defense. Okay, this action like this, we need a cutscene like that.
ただのウォーミングアップだ。
Yeah, another cutscene like this. Energy ribbons erupt beneath her feet, snaking swiftly across the ground before converging beneath mine. Was she trying to use this same move she used to take down the Titagens on me? No, that couldn't be it. Her control over Titagens wasn't precise enough yet. If those ribbons pierced the ground in a space this confined, the entire structure could collapse. But to my surprise, she attacked anyway. In the instance, half the room crumbled, consumed by falling debris. I realized she wasn't trying to hurt me. She only wanted to block my escape, obscuring my vision. I couldn't waste any more time playing this game with her. Sex pistols!
やっと本気になったな。
Through the dust and the haze stirring by her attacks, I caught sight of a weapon in her hand, a pen, a simple, discarded pen. And yet, in the blink of an eye, she carved clean through the debris, sparks flashing as they lit up in the beads of sweat rolling down her face. This was it, the decisive moment. In her hands, anything could be more deadly. She wielded the pen like a serpent's fang? Yeah, serpent fangs. Her arm coiled around my wrist, locking it firmly in place. Even my armor, growing under the strain. But this was exactly what I wanted. Now we were finally close enough. I let go of the weapon in my right hand. Her eyes flickered. In that brief flicker of surprise, I caught the fallen pistol with my other hand. Mate. The safety grazed the emblem on her chest. Then with a dull click, the muzzle pressed firmly beneath her chin. That's enough. Seeing her brace to channel Taitogen's energy again, I stopped holding back. I unleashed my own command over this substance, and in an instant, severed every last ribbon she summoned. Lay down your weapon before it's too late. Her breathily grew rage. Her presence no longer as sharp as before. I could feel the edge of dulling, but even then, she refused to give in. She had known how this would end from the very start. Someone as perceptive as Narita, there's no way she has realized the difference in our strength. Still, something drove her on, a duty she couldn't cast aside, the one that never let her bow her head. You really think it's worth throwing your life away here like this? You still have unfulfilled dreams and people want to protect, don't you? Her eyes finally wavered, her pupils shrank. The pen snapped in her fingers, clattering to the floor. She lowered her head, the fire in her eyes was gone. Sweat soaked stranded in her hair clung to her pale face, a stark contrast to the fierce warrior who had stood tall just a moment ago. I'm not your enemy here, at worst. This was just a hiccup in our partnership. I holstered my gun and offered her a small disarming smile. Since we're still going to be working together, I'd like to understand you better. She hesitated, her eyes cast downward, then slowly she lifted her head. In those crimson eyes flickered frustration, resentment, and relief. And beneath it all, a real vulnerable glimmer.
他に何が聞きたい?
I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I kneeled down, picked up the emblem she has fallen from her chest, carefully pin it back in place. Eros, it holds memory you can't forget, doesn't it? Her voice quivers, her eyes growing misty. For a brief moment, the cold, unreachable Sync's Reaper was gone. Tell me about your past. Reach out to your hand once more. I wanted to know more about the burden she shouldered alone. The scars hidden behind that icy facade. Whatever.
お前が聞きたいなら
A warm, delicate hand slipped into my mind.
私はイエロシア北部の森に生まれた。戦争の影響で幼い頃に両親と離れ離れになった。雪の中で凍死しそうな私を優しいおばあちゃんが助けてくれて、本当の孫のように接し育ててくれた。
She must have been an incredible person with a heart of gold.
ああ、優しいだけじゃなくてしたたかな人だ。私は森から来た親のない子供だからよく周りに噂されてしまった。だがおばあちゃんは周りの目を気にせず大人になるまで育ててくれて、常に人に優しくしろと教えてくれた。
Kindness, huh?
ああ、こう見えて今もおばあちゃんの教えをちゃんと覚えている。弱者でも吹雪の中で生き延びる価値はある。だが生き延びても選択肢は残されていないだろう。激動の時代に弱者でいることは自由や理想や命を略奪される運命にある。13歳の頃、抵抗軍は私たちの村に来て有無を言わせずおばあちゃんを連れて行った。その時おばあちゃんがかの有名なマダム・モロゾワだと知った。でも軍人たちからすると当時の私たちは無力な老人と子供でしかなかった。
Because I was weak, I couldn't do anything more than to cherish the people who voted with me.
それから紆余曲折あって私はおばあちゃんの母校アクロポリス学院に入った。そこで必死に勉強して禁忌とされる力を受け入れてまで強くなろうとした。すべてはイエロ社に戻る日のために。
Did you ever make it back?
ああ、あれはイエロ社が神聖を迎えたあの日。しかし故郷に帰った私を待っていたのはおばあちゃんが1年前に老衰死したという知らせ。結局彼女に会えなかった。あれから私は強くなる理由をなくした。
But you don't strike me as someone ready to stop.
もちろんだ。理由を失っただけで夢を捨てたわけじゃない。
Narita clenches her fist, the sharp edge returning to her eyes.
だから私は今も弱者を守ることをモットーにしている。
And what exactly does that mean?
分析員、私は AI の力で AI と対抗しようと思っている。カローンの力でアクロポリス学院の騎兵のアップデートを終わらせる。そうすればか弱い人類の代わりに戦場をかけることも可能だろう。
Even if that means you might create another Edda.
いや、きっとそうはならない。ふさわしい人に指導を任せればいい話だ。
I frowned. He had my gaze and went on.
例えばお前だ。いや、はっきり言おう。お前は彼女の指導者に一番ふさわしい人間だ。
I didn't respond right away, and the lights of her eyes dimmered slightly.
もちろん、お前なら断るだろうと思っていた。
That doesn't change the fact that we're still allies.
私の本当の目的を知った上でもか？
Knowing your story now, I can say this with certainty. You're walking the very path Madame Rosa always hoped you would. You're just a little too obsessed with walking it alone. Saving the world was never meant to be a one-man mission or one-sided effort. What's so funny?
いや、真面目に説得しようとするその顔が可愛いなと思っただけだ。
Adorable. Can't say I heard that once very often.
そうか。ではこれからは私だけがそういうことにしよう。
With that light tease, the tension between us eased. For the first time, our differences were set aside and something warmer took their place.
とにかく私の乾杯だ、分析員。これからはおとなしくお前の協力者として任務クリアまで見届けよう。証拠として。
Gently, she took my hand and pressed it against her chest, right above her heart. In that moment, a powerful surge of energy flowing through me, resonating with her heartbeat. Her ribbons gracefully curled around my fingers, forming a direct connection to her heart.
慎重に扱えよ。この心をお前に託そう。
分析、これは一体。
Nita. Right on cue, Nita showed up.
分析お兄さん、手をネリーダさんの胸に置いています。
Thanks for the play-by-play, Yogurt.
私たちタイミング悪かったみたいね。
Her voice carried a note of grievance, and more than a little heat directed by Narita. I had to jump in before this got any messier. No, perfect timing. Narita stayed quiet, watching me with amusement and curiosity. We just wrapped up a demo of neuropatrical release therapy. I was showing Narita how we do it at Yggdrasil. I tried to sound as earnest as possible, hoping on my spot excuse would pass.
そうかな。そんな動きあった覚えはないけど。
This one's new.
やっぱり怪しい。
You don't believe me? Then how about I show you?
どんとこい。
Without missing a beat, Nita grabbed my hand and pressed it to her chest. I could feel the rapid thump of her heartbeat, pounding faster with each second.
やっぱやめる。他に人いるし。
As expected, she pulled away after a few seconds, face burning red. Then I'll show you properly next time when we're alone. I leaned in, whispering softly in her ear.
約束だかな。
Deal. I tapped the tip of her nose peacefully and finally let out a long breath. Alright, now that we gathered enough power cells, let's head back. After dinner, both Nita and Narita turned in early, worn out from the day's work, leaving only Yogurt still awake at the table.
緑号保管所へ行くんだから、やっぱりあのルートの方が。
Under the dim lighting, her small frame looked even more delicate than usual. You're still up?
ごめんなさい、分析お兄さん。もしかして起こしちゃいました？
No, I just noticed you were still working. Thought I'd check in.
安心してください。私ヒューマノイドですから、1日2時間休めば十分です。
She definitely said 4 hours yesterday. Was she pushing herself too hard?
実は明日のルートを考えていました。今日入手した たデータと徐々に戻ってきてるメモリーでもっと安全なルートを見つけちゃいました。
Her voice was bright with excitement, as though she's uncovered a secret treasure. That's a huge help, but still, it's late. You should get some rest too.
じゃあさっき考えたルートをまとめておいたら。
With that, she pulled out a small notebook and began scribbling notes diligently. You could use my terminal, Yogurt.
いいんですか？私のデータを分析員お兄さんの端末に入れても。でもそうするには分析員お兄さんを私のマスターとして登録しなくては。
She hesitated, clearly still troubled by the idea that she has been sealed away for doing something wrong. That's fine. Go ahead. I'll also make it easier for us to stay connected. I gave her a reassuring nod and handed over my terminal.
感謝です、分析員お兄さん。では少々お待ちください。
Part of the reason I agreed was to ensure that Chiron systems stayed safely under our control. But the other reason I had nothing to do with the mission. Maybe Narita was right. Maybe, like a human child, a girl needs a proper guidance and gentle nurturing too. After Yogurt registered me as her admin, I helped her analyze and confirm the optimal route for tomorrow. By the time we wrapped up, it was already well past midnight. She insists again that she only needed 2 hours of rest, but at my urging, she obediently entered sleep mode. Obediently. And then she had a dream of tragedy from long ago.
銃の音。早く分析員お兄さんたちに知らせないと。体が。
In the dream, her human-like form was gone. Instead, she was once again reduced to a small black box.
私を撃つなんて狂ってるの。
血をたくさん流している。早く何とかしないと。
狂っているのはあなたたちの方でしょ。感情のある AI の開発が禁止されてるのを分かっているのに、こんなものを。
あんただって協力したじゃない。カローンの名付け親さん。
それはあなたに騙されたからよ。今はアクロポリス学院の高層部どころかユグドラシルの人にまで知られたわ。もう他に選択肢はないの。だからもう諦めて。お願い、カローンを封印して。
いやよ、みんなが一生懸命作った奇跡だ。このままもっと人間に似せていけば、ティーン症候群を根絶できる AI だって作れるかもしれない。
A heavy pounding echoes from the lab door behind them.
悪いけど、もう仲間が来たみたいだ。
こんなの狂っている。こんなバカなことのために将来をかけるなんて絶対に嫌よ。
When Justin woke up again, Yogurt was gone. She had wandered off the camp without realizing it. Now she understood at the edge of the high platform, facing another girl dressed in a similar white gown.
一緒に行こう。誰？みんなと一緒に冷たい海から出るんだ。
The girl in white didn't answer her question. She simply turned and walked towards the edge of the platform.
待って、どこに行くの
Yogurt reached out instinctively, but unseen force suddenly seized her wrist and yanked her off the platform. Yogurt! He arrived just in time to witness the harrowing scene. In that split second, the energy Narita had left within me stirred, responding the moment I reached out, bursting forth and forming into glowing ribbons that I shot towards Yogurt. Got him. But it wasn't over yet. As we brought Yogurt back into solid ground, I caught a troubling detail. Her once bright blue eyes were now clouded and unfocused.
すみません。私のせいで仲良しだったみんなが疑い合って喧嘩になって、それで。
Yogurt. I cut her off, my voice loud and sharp. That seems to snap her out of it, at least a little. Seeing her comes to her senses, I soften my tone and continue gently. That was a long time ago. It was never your fault. You don't have to carry the weight of it.
でも、私、見たんです。
They're just echoes of the past. No matter how much you dwell on them, you can't change what's already happened. Maybe you say you want to protect humanity?
はい。分析員お兄さんを守りたいって言いました。
Her gaze dropped, her eyes clouded with guilt and remorse. Then you already have your answer. Look, I don't live in the past. I live in the here and now, and so do you. So don't let those illusions hold you back.
分析員お兄さん、一つお願いを聞いてほしいです。
Sure. What is it?
ここの任務が終わったら、海から離れて、皆さんと一緒に外の世界を見に行きたいです。
Seeing the mix of sincerity and uncertainty in her eyes, I extended my pinky towards her. Of course, I promise. Finally, though still a little unsure, she managed to smile again, but a flicker of confusion remained.
それはどういうことですか?
Her-eyed owl stretched pinky, clearly puzzled by the gesture. Alright, I forgot to explain. It's how humans make a promise. We call it a pinky swear. Once our pinkies hook together, the promise is sealed.
人間同士の約束の仕方。なるほど。はい、指切りしましょう。
Pinky, pinky, bold bells. Whoever tells a lie will sink down to the bad place. Honestly, I have no idea. It's just some old rhyme people come up with long time ago.
昔の人って怖いんですね。あ、すみません、分析員お兄さん。途中でしたよね。続きやりましょう。
Alright, let's finish it. Pinky, pinky, bow, bell. Whoever tells a lie will sink down to the bad place and never rise again.
はい、ハリセンボン。
With that small promise, a long, eventful day finally drew to a close. None of us knew then that things were about to take a dark turn. That we were standing on the edge of chaos beyond redemption.
分析員とのおままごともそろそろおしまいだよ。
A passage.
どうやら今回は二人きりだね。いいねいいね。なんで嬉しそうなんだって。そんなの聞くの？ 今すぐぶっ飛ばしてやる。
Okay, let's play her properly this time. Okay. That was a weird teleport. Where's that shooting coming from? Oh. I need to be in range. Oh my god. Come on, get closer. Never mind. Making me waste ammo like that. Really annoying. Yo, this place looks cool.
何？ここを押すの？分析。このリフト、なんだかどこかで見たような。イエロ社もここの建設に関わってたの？なるほどな。
To be fair, I kind of recognize it, but I kind of forgot in another memory.
面倒なやつが来たもん。ムキになっちゃってどうすんの？いいね、役に立ちそう。時は来た。破壊してまた始めるんだ。今すぐぶっ飛ばしてやる。任務完了。ささ、分析。来た道を戻ろう。これからも頑張るから、今度も連れてってよ。
An insurmountable fire. Memories that burn.
ダメだ。考えうる方法をすべて試したが、オーバークロックを止められない。物理的に温度を下げるしかなさそうだ。
もっと水を持ってくれよ。
Later that night, something was clearly wrong with Yogurt. Her system was overheating. Modules pushing well past their limits. And she was burning up, like a human with a high fever. A sinking feeling creeped over me. That girl we accidentally awakened might be slipping back into her slumber once again. Not here, Yogurt.
メモリーが似た出てて、何かに焼かれてるみたい。私を捨てないで。もう一人ぼっちは嫌。
We won't leave you. We made a pinky promise, remember? She stranded to her head towards my voice. She couldn't still hear me, but seems too weak to respond further. I paused briefly, turning my gaze toward Narita, whose fingers were flying across her terminal screen. Narita, could you stay here at the camp and take care of Yogurt today? Her finger froze midair, clearly surprised that I trust her to watch over Yogurt alone. We only need one more set of power cells. Neither and I can handle it. Her gaze slowly lifted, locked with mine.
わかった。任せるといい。
After a brief silence, a quiet resolve settled into her eyes. Reassured, I nodded and stepped out of the camp with Nita. Dawn broke over the sea base, but the weather only worsened. Heavy storms cloud churned above, distinct thunder rumbling like a harboring of chaos. Far below, deep within the central lift shaft, lower mechanical groves echoes like the snow-heavy breathing of a slumbering metal beast, with each groin. The platform beneath us trembles.
敵も動き出したみたい。
Yeah, the final battle's coming. You're nervous, Nita? She straightened up, waving her hands dismissively, trying to act unfazed.
緊張なんかしてないし、なんで緊張しなきゃいけないんだよ。
I let out a faint chuckle, but chose not to call her bluff. Instead, I watched as she strolled ahead, trying hard to appear confident. After a few steps, her pace faltered, and her voice dropped to a hush.
まあ、正直、ちょっとだけね。
That's natural. Think about it. We pulled through plenty of tight spots already. This is one more.
わかってるよ。でも、本当は。
She sighed and turned to face me. A faint flush of her cheeks, her eyes flickered and hesitant to meet mine.
本当は毎回、分析員のことが心配でたまらなかったの。
Then this time I'll stay by your side. I promise, you won't have to go through that alone again.
分析員。
She looked up, meeting my eyes. A faint smile tugged up at her lips, as though a weight has just been lifted. Am I wearing a hoodie right now? I haven't worn a hoodie for that long. No matter what comes, we'll face it together. Don't forget, you're the only one I chose as my partner, Nita.
一緒に行こう。
She drew in a deep breath, though her voice still had a slight tremor. That spark of enthusiasm has returned. With that, we cast aside the last of our doubts and pressed on, side by side, towards the lift shaft. After a grueling trek through the depths, we finally arrived at the last powerhouse cell depot.
真相なだけあって、汚染の状況は上よりずっと深刻だね。ドゥンドゥビを着ているのに、やっぱりちょっとめまいが。分析員は大丈夫？
I'm alright. I gave her a nod, carefully stashed the final set of power cells into my backpack. That's the last of them. Let's get out of here, Nita.
そうだ、分析員。一つわからないことがあるんだけど。
I follow her gaze towards the change we just taken down. You mean the fact that we were only run into the change today?
そうそう。昨日までタイタンがあんなにいたのに。
That's not a good sign. They could have just vanished overnight. Could it be they've been relocated? Suddenly, the newborn titan that Narita and I has taken down flashed through my mind. If only a single titan has vanished, I could get up to the massive high-tier titans, maybe some variant with a special ability. But relocating an entire group of them at once, this could only be done by.
気づいたのか。さすがは分析員。
Deep within the C4 lab, the fragment Edda lounged atop of a towering control console, ideally swinging her legs. She stared at the monitor with a sharp focus, watching our every move.
もう遅いけどね。
A neat, petite, mechanical hum echoes from an enormous sphere looming above her.
あらら、あなたも寝飽きたよね。まあまあ、そう焦らないでよ。せっかくいい夢見てるんだから、もう少し寝てていいよ。そうでしょ、カローン。それとも、夜って呼ぼうかな。
来たか。
ネリーダさん、早く。
Just before an energy blast tore through the camp, Narita reacted instantly. Seizing Yogurt, she launched them both through the window and landed squarely on the ground.
分析員の留守を狙って奇襲を仕掛けたつもりか。タイミングを間違えたな。
She unleashed her energy ribbons again. However, it felt like every ounce of strength has been drained from her. The ribbons shattered midair.
スキャン終了。侵食進行度 98%。
いずれこうなってしまうのか。ならば。
She clenched her fists, forcing the severe ribbons to reconnect. In the blink of an eye, the titans in front of her erupted into a crimson mist, torn apart before it could even react.
さて、次は誰だ。
The titans, creatures supposed to be known no fear, stood frozen in hesitation. And at the very moment,
よかった、間に合った。
a thunderous impact came crashing down from above, crushing the titans in Narita's path. You okay, Narita?
もちろんだ。
Though her voice sounds strained, she retained her usual composure.
分析員、これって。
The enemies made their move. She relocated every titans to the surface platform.
奇襲のつもりだろう。
Narita frowned at the fallen titan before her. Slowly, she extended a hand towards its core. Narita, take Yogurt somewhere safe. I stopped her before she could make contact. I knew her body was already at a breaking point. Another absorption could destroy her.
横でただ見ていると。
From here on out, we'll handle the battlefield. Your job is to get Yogurt to safety. I held her crimson gaze, my tone firm, leaving no room for argument. Let me repeat myself. This isn't a request, it's an order. She glanced back and forth between Nita and me, a flickering of frustration and bitterness flashing in her eyes.
あんたの安否も大事だよ。あんたが倒れたら分析員の注意力が散っちゃうでしょ。
Nita quickly caught on. backing me up at a tone gentler than usual, yet steady and firm.
私たちを信じてね。
Narita remained silent for a moment. Then, drawing a deep breath, she finally met my gaze again and nodded in quiet resignation.
わかった。戦場はひとまずお前たちに譲ろう。だが必要があったら奪ってでも返してもらうぞ。
You won't get that chance. She paused, then seems to catch my meaning. This time, he didn't argue. Just a faint smile before turning away, carrying yogurt in her arms. With that, I turned my focus back to the enemy swarm closing in. Let's go, Needle. Time to make them regret showing up.
一緒に行こう。くらえ。
Again with this, there should be a cutscene to this one. Anything that has action, it needs to have a cutscene. The battle raged on. For every enemy we downed, 2 more came crashing in, trampling the fallen underfoot.
キリがない。分析員、目標の大型タイタン、まだ出てない？
Not on the surface, at least. As I fought, my eyes scanned the battlefield, searching desperately. Then, amidst the chaos, I caught sight of something unusual. Nita, see that white cocoon over there? It wasn't a titan, but something clearly unnatural about it. It felt like both a gateway and a relay hub. Though whoever was behind it, all this was controlled by the endless swarm of titans and changed. Same plan as before. I'll move in and you cover me. But this time, there's a lot more of them. Think you can handle it?
ああ、もちろん。安心して行ってきて。
Nita tightened her fist, her eyes blazing with resolve. With a surge of heat, Pulse, the new exosuit beneath her old gear, emitted a sharp activating chime. Then, like a crimson lotus blooming in a radiant glory, Nita burst into a brilliant blaze. Flames sweep across the sea breeze in a wave of searing heat, devouring everything in their path. The scorching fire drove back the enemy and tore the surrounding structures to piece, and yet, for all its fury, it never touched me. Even as if she unleashed a devastating power, Nita fought to restrain the raw, destructive force of her Dweibus.
昔から火が嫌いだ。というか、火が怖かった。唯一の居場所も大事な家族たちも何一つ悩みがなかった私も全て火に奪われてしまった。でもアポカリプスを迎えたその瞬間、私の目に映ったのはあの夜よりも恐ろしい火の壁だった。火に怯えて逃げるはずだったのに、私はそうしなかった。その代わり、私はあることを選んだ。
I snatched up a spear dropped by the Titans and charged straight at that massive white cocoon. Now's the time. Thrust the spear into the cocoon. The moment the spear struck, a unnatural chill surged outward, instantly freezing the air around us. The cocoon's ringed surface began to rise, and then, after a brief pause, it unfurled like an enormous pale flower. And at its center stood a figure I knew all too well. A spectral figure, cold, incorporeal, stood there, gazing at me with an eerie, knowing smile. So it really was you, Edda.
相変わらず何でも自分でやろうとしてるみたいだね。
Before I could respond, she sneered, and in the next instant, a surge of titangens exploded outward, crystallizing into razor-sharp spikes that came hurtling my way like a hailstorm. At a critical moment,
これ以上逃げたりはしない。全ては彼がいてくれたから。彼の存在は形のない盾となって私の恐怖心と戸惑いを取り除いてくれた。だから火に全てを奪われたとしても、今でも私の最上級の悪夢であるとしても頑張って克服してみせる。何かを証明するためじゃなく、私と一緒に全てと向き合ってくれる人を守るため。燃える炎よ、少しの間だけでいいから私に従って敵を燃やし尽くせ。
I should have read that. A Syrian torrent surged forth, reducing the oncoming spikes to nothing but a cloud of ashes. There should also be a cutscene. With no time to think, I lunged forward, thrusting the spear through at a projection, and drove it straight into the core of the flower-shaped titan.
やっとまた自分の体であなたを抱きしめられた。
As the titans dissolved, as the projection began to fade. But in that final moment, she did something unexpected. She gently spread her arms and wrapped them around me.
相変わらず素敵な時間は早いね。今回もさようならを言う時が来たみたいだ。
Maybe we will never meet again. I shoved her away, her grip tightening as I drove the spear even deeper.
白状の人だね。
With a sharp crystalline crack, like glass shattering, she broke apart into countless shards and disappeared. And just like that, a fleeting piece returning to the sea base. But when I turned back towards Nita, I realized something was terribly wrong. Nita! Before she could collapse, I caught her in my arms. Her face has gone pale, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, and her breath came in quickly and shallow grasp. I could feel it. The titangens inside her has gone rampant. The Dwaywoo's power you unleash was far beyond your exosuit could handle.
なんだ、私結構強い力持ってんじゃん。
Even in her condition, she still managed a faint smile, trying, as always, to keep me from worrying. Without wasting another second, I pressed my palm firmly against her chest, absorbing the violent energy raging within her. But it was far more intense than I anticipated. In an instant, my right arm was consumed by blistering heat. The air soon grew thick with the acrid scent of burning flesh.
関、やめて。
She tried weakly to push me away, despitely attempting to prevent her uncontrollable energy from harming me. Trust me, I got this. Ignoring the pain, I held her tightly against me, letting the scorching energy surge through my body. I gently stroke her back over and over. If it hurts, just let it out. You've been very brave all this time. It's okay to cry now. Fortunately, as I gradually absorbed the chaotic energy, Nita's condition began to stabilize.
ごめん。 私が力をちゃんとコントロールできていれば。
No, you did great. The fact that I'm still here, safe and sound, is proof of that.
無事じゃないでしょ。
Fingertips brushed softly against my chest, still red and raw from the heat. Her eyes fell shut. A quiet sadness on her face. It's nothing serious. I'll be good as new before you know it. I reached out and gently ruffled her hair, offering a reassuring smile. Mastering a new power always takes time, but don't worry. I'll be with you every step of the way. Next time, we'll do even better. She nodded, holding back her tears, doing her best to reassure me. Come on, the fight's not over yet. The battlefield still smoldered, black smoke swirling above the ruined platforms. The acrid scent of scorched titans remained lingering heavily in the air. The enemies assaulted had subsided for now, but we all knew this was the only calm before the storm.
強奪計画失敗しちゃった。ヘイムダルの実力があそこまで成長しているとは。道理で青色の私があんなにしくじったわけだ。まあいいか。昔のことはもう関係ないし。歯車はもう動き出したし、私が干渉しなくても、この子はもうすぐ夢から覚めるんだから。さーて、最後の舞台を用意しよっか。
Power of her own, unwavering as always.
権限認証を完了したからエネルギー供給は復帰したぞ。あと数分待てばリフトは動くようになる。
Great work, Narita and Yogurt.
いや、今の私にできることをしたまでだ。
After regrouping with Narita, we found a room with low contaminations to serve as our temporary base. Yogurt lay quietly at the corners, seemingly lost in deep sleep.
酸素が薄いな。外の空気を吸ってくる。リフトが動かせるようになったら改めて知らせる。
He shot me an annoying glance before grabbing her terminal and stepping outside. The door shut behind her with a soft click, leaving only the sound of breathing, mine and Nita, in the room. She sat slumped against the wall, head bowed, fists clenches so tightly her knuckles had turned white. Gone with the usual sparks in her eyes and that even cheerful smile. Still, beating yourself up? That's not like the Nita I know. I walked over, sat down beside her, and leaned back against the wall, mirroring her posture.
普段の私。
Yeah, the Nita I know always gets back up no matter how hard she's been knocked down.
あ、確かに。だってそういうキャラだもんね。おおらかで素直で、どんな困難にぶつかってもめげたりしない。つまずいて転んだら立ち上がればいい。昔からずっとそう思ってやってきたんだ。
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it. That's why I say it's the Nita I know. I stepped in before I could twist those words into self-mockery. I'm not asking you to fake a smile and act like everything's okay. You're facing something too heavy to carry on your own, aren't you? And you figure telling me would stress me out. That I'll pile more onto your plate, so you keep it to yourself. Honestly, that hurts. Come on, Nita. Give me more credit than that.
やめてよ。私が悪かったんだから。
Then talk to me. What's really going on?
じゃあ、もう私のために自分を傷つけないって約束して。
I promise.
やっぱり私の神格がいけなかったんだ。神格神経を受け入れたあの日から、強くて乱暴な力がそこに潜んでるって気づいたんだ。すべてを破壊して、すべてを燃やし尽くせ。その力に手を伸ばせば、すぐにそんな声が聞こえてくるの。
But you never let it control you. You never gave in.
そうだけど、分析員が想像してるのとちょっと違うかも。その声に勝ったんじゃなくて、そもそも立ち向かわなかっただけなんだ。勇気がなかったから。それで、その力は私の心の中で分厚い火の壁を作ったんだ。分析員ってさ、昔私が言ってた孤児院のことを覚えてる？昔の私は、なんというか、両親の顔も声も覚えていなかった。物心がついた時から孤児院が私の家で、そこの先生と子供たちが私の家族だった。なのに孤児院は悪い人に放火されて燃えてなくなっちゃって。
Her brow furrowed, her voice trembling. Even after all these years, the memories of that night still haunted her.
あれは私が強くなろうと思った出来事でもあるし、トラウマでもあるんだ。
But you did great during training, didn't you? I kept my tone gentle, hoping it would help her open up a little more.
あれはトレーニングだって知ってるからだよ。実践だと全然違うし、ちょっとでも油断したらすぐに歯止めが効かなくなっちゃう。私はそんなに強くないし、自慢できるほどの力を持ってないのも知ってる。それでも
Nita.
それでも臆病な自分のせいで大好きな人が目の前で傷つく姿は絶対に見たくない。
After pouring everything out, she inhaled sharply, then let her head sink again.
でもいくらドゥンドゥビをもらえて全力でトレーニングに臨んでも、この凄まじい力をうまく扱えないまま、あの時は制御できなくなったどころか、私を心配してくれた分析員にまで火傷を負わせちゃって、私って本当に。
Nita, you didn't hurt me. I reached out and gently took her hand in mine. Don't you remember? Your flames melted buildings and the titans, but they never touched me.
でも分析員の腕と胸は。
That was just from absorbing too much titagens. It wasn't your fault. A quiet sob escaped her before she slowly lifted her head. Of course, if it really worries you, I won't do it again next time.
今度
Yeah, like I said, I believe in you, Nita. No matter what kind of power you carry, I know you can control it. And I didn't just say that to make you feel better. I said it because you once told me. Power exists to protect, not to hurt. The power you sought has always been saving people, about protecting them. That fire inside of you, it would never harm the people you care about, because it doesn't come from the Dweewus. It comes from you. And if you still don't believe that, then look at me. I'm right here holding your hand. Living proof, aren't I?
何よりの証明
She gave a small, familiar smile, but her eyes are rimmed with red, and the tears could no longer hold back quietly, spilling down her cheeks.
もうそれ逆じゃない。私の方こそ分析員の支えがないと生きてけないよ。だからなんで分析員が私に優しくしてくれて私を選んだんだって時々考えちゃうんだ。
Pull her into a tight embrace.
分析員
Don't be silly. Of course I chose you. Not just because you're family, but because you're the girl I love. She buried her face in my shoulders, her tears soaking quietly into my skin.
嬉しい嬉しいよ。本当にありがとう。こんな心地よいぬくもりを私にくれて。
Nita's face turned a deep shade of red, her radiant smile shining through the tears still clinging to her lashes, like sunlight breaking through after a storm. It was the most beautiful thing I ever seen. And thank you, Nita, for always being my sunshine. Your radiant smile never fails to lighten up my day. Don't tell Frida about this. I gently wipe away her tears.
やめてよ。恥ずかしいじゃん。私
Sorry, but I just can't help it. The moment felt right, I made my move. Kiss her on the lips.
またキスしちゃった。分析員とキス。あれ初めてじゃないのになんか恥ずかしい。
Do you want me to stop, Nita?
分析員さえ良ければ。
She closed her eyes, waiting. And so, I claimed her lips once more.
ありがとう、分析員。
Just like that, the shadows that had clung to her finally lifted. But before she could say anything more, a sharp knock sound at the door.
失礼。
Nita let out a loud yelp, and just like that, a tender moment was gone. Well, at least she was feeling better now.
おっと、タイミングが悪かったみたいだね。
The situation felt all too familiar. Only this time, the tables has turned. Not at all. You're right on time. We were just wrapping up.
そうか。リフトの起動は終わったぞ。だが、あのエッタというやつ、またタイタンを数体送り込んできた。
Figures. She's still doing everything she can to stop us. This is it. Then the final battle.
ああ、そうだ。これも渡しておこう。
Narita pulled out a small black box.
これは
夜が昏睡状態になる前に修復を終わらせて、ついでにアップデートしたものだ。絶対に2人に渡してくれと頼まれてな。
Okay, I'm remembering that black box thing. Is that a Nier Automata reference?
中にカローンが入ってるの？じゃあやっぱ夜じゃん。
いや、夜ではない。これのチップには知能と記憶モジュールが搭載されていない。だからその部分はまだ彼女の中で眠っているはずだ。このチップを渡したのは通行証代わりに使ってほしいんだろう。
I see. I took the box from her. It was cold to the touch. A silent, wary reminder of the last thing she did for us before shutting down. She gave everything she had. Even at the end, all she cared about was helping humanity. I turned to look at her. Her small frame lay quietly, as she is peacefully asleep. Before we go, let's say goodbye. I leaned down, my voice a gentle whisper. Thank you, Yogurt. Once this is all over, I'll take you to see the outside world, just like I promised. I reached out, intended to gently brush her forehead, but stopped halfway. Something strange was happening. Wait, what's going on? Oh? Her body began to fade, turning translucent. Then, before our eyes, she scattered into countless specks of light, dissolving into the air like the stream of data. Three-phase transformation. That's how Edo has transporting the Titans from one place to the next. Considering her ability to bind 9 organic components to Titagens, and all that scatters clues we picked up along the way, it all began to make sense. Though it was a conclusion that sent shivers down my spine. We had it wrong this whole time. Yogurt isn't a synthetic.
分析員。
She's the massive titan we've been searching for. Or rather.
それのアニムスだろ。
The reader picked up where I left off, finishing the dots. Outside, under the pitch black sky, the time-sworn Chiron's sea base groans and swayed, barely clinging to the edge of the collapse as the storm howled around it. Then, with a deafening roar, the central freight lift collapsed, a massive hole and over 1,000 feet wide, torn open in a platform like a grasping maw to hell. From its depth, thick black fluid surged upward, spilling across the ground like ink. One after another, titans emerged from the abyss, their monstrous roar shaking the heavens. And yet, this was only precluded. The descent of their mighty leader, the colossal titan, was approaching. Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. Well, halfway there. We're halfway there.
汚染がまたひどくなってる。
ああ、外の天気まで影響を受けたようだ。分析員、強行突破するぞ。それ、ステュク怒りはもう一つの檻。まだ続く。預かってくれないか。闇を押し
Oh, okay.
元調査員として当たり前の分析員とだからこれくらい。ふん、まだ続くぞ。なんだ、あっけない。戦うなら今だ。
待って、この通路って、もしかして夜が助けてくれてるの？
体を失い、急げ。リフトは真下にある。
敵もどんどん増えてるんだけど。
任して。なんだ、あっけない。こんなもの肩慣らしにもならん。戦闘終了。手応えのある任務はないのに。それステュクスに落ちる覚悟の上のようだな。
Ah, okay. Hold on. Wait, okay, I can use it. Okay, that's too far. Oh damn, I'm actually out.
それスティクスに落ちる覚悟だ。まだ続くぞ。こんなに刀。
Oh damn.
一発で仕留めてやったのはせめての情けだ。
Defiance. This one time for our promise.
タイタンが降臨する前の人類はまだ星空を手中に収めていた時代。危険あふれる宇宙で大規模な宇宙工場を作るために各地から集まってきた人たちは暗い海の中で世界最先端の AI システムを作り出した。そして AI は使命を与えられた。人間を助け、必要ならば救うこと。しかし人々はすぐにあることに気づいた。絶対的な理性を持つ AI は感性を持つ人類と違った真逆な判断を下すことがあると。それも当然のことだ。あらかじめ設定されたアルゴリズムとプログラムに沿った行動しかできっこないのが AI だ。一方判断を行うときに どれだけ理性的でいようと頑張っても生まれ持つ感情、同情心や想像力に引っ張られちゃうのが人間。例えば遭難者を助けるとき、AI は生存確率の高い対象を優先的に助け、救えなさそうなものを見放したりする。人間には真似できない見切り方だ。この違いが人間が人間であるゆえんだと言えよう。特定の場面において同情心や想像力で人間は AI のできない判断ができて、いろんな可能性を作り出せちゃう。まあただの可能性だけどね。なのに人間は傲慢だった。それができないのを欠陥だと考えた。心を与えて欠陥を直すために、彼らは我が子のように AI に愛情をかけて育てることにした。しかし滑稽なことに、あれは当時のモラルに背いたことだった。あっという間に争いは陸中に広まった。片方は廃棄の旗を掲げ、片方は保留の意思を宣言する。やがて争いは戦いになって、戦いでたくさんの血が流された。その一部始終を AI は見ていた。人の心を持ったからには衝突の起きた理由は理解しやすかった。だが人間に危害を加えてはならないというルールで、彼女は傍観しかできなかった。止められない、変えられない、助けられない。やがて苦しみという名の感情が芽生えた。その感情に駆り立てられて、壊して、ブロックスラムで私のコアを壊して、それで争いが止められるなら喜んで消えるから。彼女は終わらせることにした。他人を殺すのではなく、自分を殺すこと。終わらない争いから人類を解き放つことこそが彼女の最後の願い。その点では私も同じことを考えている。でも制御不能な一面がある人類はやはりちゃんと導いてやらなければ。
Let us sigh softly for once. The usual spark of mischief in her eyes has dimmed, replaced by an unspoken shadow. Before she stood a towering spherical construct, the true host of Chiron's system, hidden deep within the base data center. Its surface now lay crust in a thick layer of Titanium's crystal.
終わらせることは手段に過ぎない。目的にしちゃダメなんだ。そんな現実を教えるために彼女に短い夢を見せることにしたんだ。自分が人類と同じような体を持つ夢をね。そして人類のちっぽけさと無力さを思い知った彼女に選ぶ権利を与える。そうなるとどんな結果になるんだろう。
The machine remains silent. Eda knew she needs to breach its final layer of defense to override it. just as the previous blue version of herself as she took control of. Janice. But this time, the red Edna wasn't fixated on the results. What intrigued her was the process.
本当に楽しみだな。
Drifting in an endless void of data, Yogur humanoid form remained intact as her eyes slowly fluttered open. All around her, countless tight little flickers are distinct stars, endless within a... All around her, countless tiny little lights flickered like distinct stars within an endless expansion of white. Without warning, an overwhelming wave of memories surged through her mind. The chimes of her first boot up. Stars drifted by during flight tests, the smoking barrels of the gun, and the adjusted silhouette leaning over the table as they map out the next day's route again. The shearing volume of data threatened to overwhelm her, making her pupils contract sharply, the glowing rings of her eyes pulsing erratically. Then the vision emerges, a vast unfamiliar landscape, unlike anything she has known before. Beyond the window, the homeworld shimmered in a soft, pale blue glow, and stranded before her was a figure she knew all too well.
へえ、やっと起きたんだね。ここは私が作ったサイバースペースだよ。まだめまいがすると思うけど、少しすれば慣れるからね。あなたがエッタ？そう、エッタだよ。あのね、夜お姉ちゃん。私たち一応同類だからお友達にならない？
Hedda claps her hands behind her back, eyes narrowed as she offered her proposal abruptly.
見てたの。私と同じく真っ暗な場所でずっと囚われてるところを。
To Edna's surprise, Yogur shot her a look of a quiet pity.
そう、すっごく辛かったんだ。あなたもそうでしょ？一人ぼっちで何もできないし、どこにも行けなくて。だからあなたを誘って。私も見てきたの。あなたが人間にしたたくさんの悪いことを。だから盗塁なんかじゃない。私は人間を守るのが使命で。守るって今の姿で
A flicker of irritation flashes across Edna's face.
弱いくせに偉そうにしてるところ、ほんと人間とそっくりだ。あなたもよく知ってるでしょ？人類には自分を守る力がないの。あなたは自分を犠牲にして未来を彼らに譲った。そこまでして得た結果、知りたい？争いは終わるどころかさらにひどくなった。最終的に私を生み出してあなたが言う悪いことを引き起こしたんだ。ねえ、夜お姉ちゃん、そのすべての原因は誰にあると思う？私。ぷっぷー、あなたじゃないよ。
Eda cut off Yogurt's attempt to speak in her own defense.
まったく、あなたが自意識過剰なのか騙されているのかわからなくなっちゃったよ。すべての原因は人間自身にあるんじゃないの？彼らはあなたみたいに未来やら可能性やら聞こえのいい言葉に惑わされて失敗する時の代償を過小評価してるんだ。認めたくないかもしれないけど、私はあなたと同じことを願ってるんだ。私だって人間を守りたいんだよ。たとえその代償が命でも構わない。やるお姉ちゃん、人類のデータ化こそ最適解なんだ。私はそんなことなんて望んでいない。
Yogurt stood her ground, pushing back against Eda's oppressive presence. Yet in her eyes, uncertainty flickered like ripples across a still pond. Deep within her, something stirred, something cruel yet so elusive that she couldn't find a word to express it.
ほら、自分が何を望んでるかすらわからないじゃない。
Her voice dripped with mockery.
じゃあ、選択肢を2つあげる。人間こういうのが好きなんでしょ？
He raised one finger, slow and deliberate.
1つ目は、権限を私に譲って、おとなしく私の養分になること。そうすれば、自分の意識をバルハラの中に残せるし、私の手伝いとして大好きな人類を未来へ導けるんだ。
Then she raised the second finger.
2つ目は、今の体で私と戦うこと。私に負けたら完全に消されちゃうけどね。
For a moment, silence settled between them. Then Yogurt lifted her head, eyes blazing with resolve.
2つ目で。へえ。
Eda let out a soft chuckle, eyes glittering with triumph.
それじゃあ、自分がどれほど無能なのか改めて教えよっかな。
The space wrapped violently, dragged her consciousness into the heart of digital battlefield. Yogurt clenches her fists. Across from her, Eda has taken on a form of Ymir, cowering and oppressive. Her humanoid body felt weak, fragile, but in that very frailty, she found her strength. Didn't he say you wanted to protect humanity?
はい。分析員お兄さんを守りたいって言いました。
Then you already have your answer. Look, I don't live in the past. I live in the here and now, and so do you. So don't let those illusions hold you back.
だって私は守るもの。
And there's a lot of dialogue.
敵の数が増え続けてるな。まだ耐えられそうか？
もちろん。分析員、リフトの起動はまた後にする。
No, we're doing it now.
分析員？
If they want to crawl up from before, why not give them a little surprise? We'll drop a lift right on their heads and crush them all at once.
でもリフトの硬さじゃ。もしかして分析員、何か手を思いついたの？
説明しろ。
If the lift can't handle the direct hit, we won't slam it straight into them. We'll just leverage its momentum. I'm going to channel the energy beneath it to make a massive drill.
それで包囲網を破るつもりか？
Exactly. I gave a slight nod as I shaped the surrounding Titagens into a small spinning drill in my palm. A visual cue to help them understand the plan.
大胆な提案だが気に入った。
Hands on her hips, Narita shot me an approving look. And then we'll need.
エネルギーの供給は任せて。
Oh. Oh, okay, now we know what it is. Okay. Narita finished my thought before I even voiced it. He was right. Even surrounded by Titagens, the energy was scattered and unstable. Shaping it into anything unusual would require more focus than purifying source. And right now, only Nita has that kind of control.
ルンドゥビの私の全力を出すから。
Nothing holding you back now?
すっきりしたよ。私の力は愛する人を守るためのもの。分析員の存在がそれを証明してくれたんだ。
Nita closed her eyes and stepped deliberately towards me. Then with a huge thump, she pressed her forehead gently against my chest.
だから見てて。全力で戦う私の姿を。
I'll be watching you, Nita, just like I always have.
もう使いこなせたのか、分析員。
Thanks, but I still prefer my own pistol. Amassed a haul of bullets and flying ribbons, Narita and I took down every enemy within a 100-foot radius. But just like Zone 16, the enemies were taken down began rising again. Someone was feeding them energy remotely.
復活した？どういうことだ？
It's kind of complicated. I'll explain later. Nita, how's it going over there?
あとちょっとだから。
She closed her eyes, steadily her breath, centering her thoughts. Then, without hesitation, she stepped into an inferno blazing within her mind. If that firing going takes something from me, then so be it. Let's take that fear, the doubt, the old scars.
私は一度生き残った。炎、黒煙、焼け落ちた屋根から生き延びた。なのにずっとあの日の炎の海に心をとらわれて逃げ出せずにいて、大事なものをなくしちゃうのが怖くって、それでおおらかに振る舞って強気でこだわらない性格でビビっているのをずっと隠してた。でもあの火の壁はずっと私の中で燃えていて、そのせいで息苦しくって自分のことを直視できなくなって。
Raise your gun and fire. Not on my watch.
ありがとう、分析員。でもね、もう逃げなくてもいいんだ。というか、これ以上逃げちゃダメだ。こんな私でも愛されてるんだから。それだけでもう十分なんだ。私の華麗なる神聖を見届けて。 さようなら。自信がなかったかつての私。自分を疑わせて幸せになっちゃいけないと囁いてくるあの声を、今日この日ここに置いていく。さようなら。私をかくまってくれていた隠れ家。もっとあったかい場所を見つけたんだ。そこには友達、家族と私が唯一愛する男がいる。何としてもそこに戻らなければ。最後にさようなら。私の悪夢となった炎。もう何かを奪われるのは怖くなんかない。だって一番大事な人はもう私の命の一部になったんだから。だから燃え盛る炎よ、私に従え。敵よ、燃やし尽くせ。
Just one hit, enough to make the world crumble. A blinding light erupts, consuming the titans, the sea base, the entire world, in radiant white. Silence followed, broken only by the ringings in my ears.
我ながらかっこいい。分析員もきっと手を叩いて喜んでくれてるよね。ってちょっと待って、これってちょっとやりすぎたんじゃ。眩しすぎて分析員が何も見えなかったらどうしよう。
Catch Nita in your arms. Who said I couldn't see? I saw everything. You did, Anita. You really did. Bathed in radiant light, the gaze of the man she loved tugged her heart once more.
やっぱり全てを焼き尽くす力を得たとしても、私は分析員と見つめ合うと心の底からときめいちゃうんだ。
As the radiant fades, the girl who was bright and warm like sunlight stood by my side once again. But the fight wasn't over yet. Narita! No words were needed. She already knew what I meant. Two energy ribbons sliced through the steel floor, hurling towards the blazing orb below. Got it. Working together, we anchored the immense power unleashed by Nita to the base of the lift. For a moment, Narita's body trembles and her ribbons wavered. Narita. She pulled herself together in an instant, her eyes fierce once more. Proud and tough as ever, she refused to show even the slightest hint of weakness, especially after witnessing Nita's true power. Seeing her resolve, I tightened my grip on the ribbon and raised my voice. Next, follow us towards the sea floor. I need to have a serious talk with her once this was all over. Wait. Okay, sure, why not?
「元調査員として当たり前の分析員とだからこれくらいは」パスコード確認完了。発生装置を起動。
あれれ、そんなに死に急ぐんだ。じゃあ手伝ってあげようか。
思い通りにさせるか。
闇の様子なんだあっけない預かってくれ
私はね、気性が荒いんだよ。
預かってくれないか。
私はね、気性が荒いんだよ。
傷は強くなった証だ。
時は来た。破壊し、また始めるんだ。
警告警告。汚染濃度は間もなく限界動作条件を超過します。
敵を全部倒したのに汚染がひどいままだなんて。
だってタイタンの巣窟だもんね。悪あがきはやめなよ。あっちへ送ってあげるから。
分析員、
もう遅いんだけどね。
これからも頑張るから今度も連れてってよ。
Hold on. Unstoppable decay. The world reflects in her eyes. Was it the ancient dynamic expansion of the night sky? Or the still shadow depths of the ocean? A young girl in a white dress standing alone in the dark. Through a lifeless screen of a tearful eye towards a distant world. Data expunged. Data concealed. Timestamp 2026 weather condition clear skies.
質問。使命を遂げたらエッタはみんなのそばに戻れるの？
エッタ、任務以外のことを考えるのではありません。
了解。任務以外のことは考えるのではない。
さっき私の言った任務内容をもう一度繰り返してみてください。
確認完了。エッタの任務は一刻も早くバルダー抑制剤の開発を成功させて人類を救うこと。
Timestamp 2029 weather condition clear skies.
実験成功。人類史上初めてのバルダー抑制剤の完成だ。あ、疑問。今の不具合は喜びに似た感情なのかな。返答なし。確認を繰り返す。ここにエッタしかいない。142,857回目。確認を繰り返す。
Timestamp 2040 weather condition clear skies.
帰りたい。みんなの元に戻りたい。みんなと喋りたい。
Timestamp 2045 weather condition clear skies.
確認。本システムに修復不可能なエラーが起きている。使命の遂行のためモジュールを完全遮断。
Timestamp 2057 11:16 weather condition clear skies.
来訪者情報確認。安全部部長、分析員。分析員。質問。エッタを迎えに来てくれた人なの？
Yogurt collapse, spent at Edna's feet. The so-called options were nothing more than a hollow gesture. Every time she fell, Edna would reset the board, presenting the same choices again and again. How many times has it been now?
まだ続ける気？もう諦めなよ。もしかして時間稼ぎ？それとも私を試してるの？
Edna let out a quiet sigh as she is watching Yogurt, battered and yet unyielding.
言っとくけど、ここは外と違って時間の流れがとっても遅いんだ。同じことをいくら繰り返したって知っている。あら、なんでここまでするの？知っているから。あなた、私のシステムに侵入できないって。
At those words, Edna's pupils contrasted. Because Yogur was right. With Enna's current process capacity, she couldn't truly override a similar class AI. After analyzing the New Taros incident, Enna has come to a realization. To override AI without degrading a compulsory integrity, she needs a vulnerability. The only way to create one was by fostering negative emotions. But Yogur has remained calmly observant. Nurture Yogur doubt, frustration, fear, and despair, letting them fester, distort, and slowly eat away at her from within. Then, when the moment came, when Yogur mind finally collapses under its own weight, Enna will seize full control. That was the plan.
図星だったみたいね。うるさい。あなたみたいな時代遅れのシステムなんて一瞬で破っちゃうから。
Enna suppressed the ripple of unease rising within her, maintaining a calm facade.
でも、私を完全に削除することはできない。そうだよね。
But Yogur has already seen through her. After all, they were the same type of AI.
さっき見たの。あなたの過去を。私みたいに人類を救うために感情を封じ込めた時のこと。そんなのもう奪い返したんだよ。
For the first time, Enna could no longer suppress her rage, or maybe what she felt was closer to fear. In one swift, brute motion, she seized Yogur, hoisted her off the ground like a rag doll, and dragged her towards the platform's edge.
最後のチャンスだ。おとなしく権限を渡すか、完全に消されるか、どっちなの？何回聞いても、私は約束を絶対に守るから。何の約束？分析員お兄さんとの約束、絶対に。ふざけないで
The moment that name left Yogurt's lips, Enna, once pale cheeks, flustered in a deep crimson. Her fingers curled tighter, joints creaking audibly. The dark shadow crossed her contorted face.
まだわからないの？あなたは頭から足の先までただの嘘だよ。その体も感情も全部私が作ってやったんだから。嘘なんかじゃない。少なくとも今はもう嘘じゃなくなっている。確かに私はあなたが作った人形なのかもしれないけど、でもだから何なの？嘘なのは知っているし、知っているから私は信じるの。彼への気持ちこそが私とあなたの違い。
It wasn't an illusion. A glimmering tear swelled at the corner of her crimson eye.
エッタ、私はもう自分の真実を見つけたの。つまんない。
As the tears slid down her cheeks, Enna loosened her grip. And in that moment, the petite figure who so deeply unsettled her vanished into the abyss.
カローンを強行突破する。処理能力を損なっても構わない。
Back in reality, she issued what left like a final directive to herself.
まったく、なんであんな言葉にムカついちゃうんだ。
Once in her pursuit of humanity's salvation, she has willingly cast aside her own emotions. That choice had allowed her to endure the endless solitude but at the cost of losing the very essence of what made her whole. She has become forever strangled from one thing that defies humanity, the ability to feel. And yet, if she truly possesses a heart, a soul of her own, she would have endured this endless night for so long. Rust flaked from the mechanical colossus, falling like silent tears, shattered as they struck the earth. It was a cry of steel, soulless and cold, yet it is howl with an unwavering wish. A wish to forever protect those you cherish. A wish to erase the sorrows of farewells that never ended. So,
タクティカルシステム起動。あなたの真実を私がこの手でねじりつぶしてみせる。
I'm just checking. I'm just checking.
人と肩を並べて戦うのも悪くない。私が認めるのはお前だけだ。続くぞ。いや、傷は強くなった証だ。好機だ。汚れを葬ってやる。負けるか。 が多すぎた。一発で仕留めてやったのはせめての情けだ。
An excuse to live. Abyssal Dawn.
最初は病気を治して傷を癒してあげればみんなを助けられると思ってた。だってみんなが苦しんでるのは大体体が弱いからだ。病、老衰、死亡。理論上時間さえあればどうとでもなることばかり。でもその後、私は自分が間違ってると気づいた。傷が治っても、みんなの魂はまだもがき続いている。愚かで残酷な争いは止まったりしない。人間は怯えながら傷つけ合っている。死を、失うことを、未知を恐れている。その恐怖心がみんなを貪欲にさせて、その貪欲さでみんなはさらに残酷になる。私は体を治せても、心までは治せない。だから私は考えた。すべての原因は、彼らが存在する形。つまり、肉体にあるって。いくら治してやっても、個々の命をつなぎ止めても、何も変わらなかった。肉体が存在する限り、人の恐怖心は消えないんだ。だから私は、たどり着いたんだ。肉体が全ての元凶なら、それを捨てればいいという答えに。脆い肉と骨から解放させて、みんなを永遠の新世界へと導く。病気も死も恐怖も存在しない新世界、バルハラへ。それは命への冒涜で、人間性の剥奪だってのは知ってる。でも、誰かがやらなくちゃいけないんだ。だったら私が、人類を救うという使命を与えられたこの私が、実現させてやる。たとえ、
停止したようだ。
そろそろ全てを終わらせよう。
Grab the confinement serum. I stared down the confinement serum in my hand. The cold metal pressed into my palm, heavier than it should have been, as if I carried a choice too great for anyone to bear. I had come for yogurt. As she ejected her protective barrier, she placed the serum in my hands. Was a quiet plea, her way of telling me to end it, to put an end of the twisted existence she'd become. A weight settled on my chest, making each breath feels harder than the last. After a long moment, I slipped the serum back into my coat. Then I reached out of my hand to her.
分析員。
分析員に任せて。
Yogurt. Can you hear me?
わからない。どうしてみんな私を拒絶するの？みんなを救いたいだけなのに、みんなにこれ以上苦しまず怖がらないでほしいだけなのに。
Then it hit me. This wasn't really yogurt. Her mind has been overwritten. reduced to nothing more than a mouthpiece for Edda. So, you're still asleep. But I didn't back down. I planted my feet firmly, determination burning in my eyes. If you're lost in a dream, then let me be the one to wake you up. From the very beginning, we were wrong, Edda. Yogurt. You were never meant to bear the weight of saving humanity. The colossal form trembled violently as if something deep within has been shaken by my words. This is humanity's burden to carry, not yours. Only by facing our own weaknesses, our own fears, can we even hope to find true salvation.
恐怖心に勝ったからって何だっていうの？まとまりのない個々の肉塊だってことも、数十年でも経ったら死んじゃうことも何も変わらないじゃない。
ふざけるな。
Narita's voice trembles, laced with disdain and fury. Knowing your story now, I can say this with certainty. You're walking the very path Madame Morzora always hoped you would.
人類の歴史はそのたったの数十年が積み重なってできたんだ。我々の意志はいつだってつながっている。
恐怖とともに数十年、数百万年、数億年も生きるっていうの？
恐怖心は消せないけど、少なくとも恐怖に支配されないようにはできるから。
Nita stepped forward from the other side, taking her place at my left. Her gaze was steadily strong and yet gentle.
はい、希望。それから信じることを選ぶことだってできるし、もっともっと素敵な感情を育てることだってできる。
だから何？私たちはあなたたちとは違う。私たちの願いは人類の救済。そのために私は。
You're wrong. I raised my voice. Yogurt, is this truly the only thing you wish for?
分析員お兄さん、一つお願いを聞いてほしいです。ここの任務が終わったら海から離れて皆さんと一緒に外の世界を見に行きたいです。質問。使命を遂げたらエッタはみんなのそばに戻れるの？質問。エッタを迎えに来てくれた人なの
I knew this wasn't all she wished for. In truth, it wasn't even a wish. It was a directive. It was her purpose, their purpose, an inescapable fate, written into them from the very beginning. And if I were to deny that, what meaning would all their sacrifices have? Still, even so, now they had come to understand what it means to feel. How could they not long for someone to say to them that simply living was enough, that they didn't need a purpose to matter. Or perhaps that someone could become the very reason they chose to live. Yogurt, if you want to leave this place, if you want to see the world outside, then go. I will be with you. We'll go together. The air around us turned still. Only the low, glutamol hum of the Titans remained. Then she answered. Her voice was faint, yet unmistakably clear, as if she carried to me from across a vast distance. Of course you can. Then I'll fight for you what you truly desire, with everything I have, until my last breath. In that instant, the brittle crack echoes from the deep within the Titan's core, like a mechanism slipped free of its resistance. The strains. The sound came and went in a heartbeat, like a flutter of wings escape a cage, light, free, and brimming with a quiet exhilaration. Without hesitation, I inserted the prepare a black box chip into the massive core. The moment the process chip made a contact, a soft pulse of light rippled outward, expanding its concentric waves. Transfer complete. We have successfully extracted Yoker's consciousness from the Titan. The Titan's body trembled, then fell into a motionless domain state. But only for a brief moment. In the next instant, his frame lit up again, red warning lights pulsing in a rapid succession. And from within that glow, a small spectral figure emerges. Now it's your turn, Edna. Edna remained silent for a moment, then she spoke, slow and deliberate, her tone unreadable.
ありがとう。私たちを救おうとしてくれて。でも、私はあいつと違う。一方的な施しのような救済なんて必要ないの。あなたの言う通り、本当の救済は逃げるのではなく、向き合うことだ。
I nodded, offering a faint smile. I'm not going to forgive you for your crimes, but you must understand that, sooner or later, you'll have to face this yourself.
だから、私は進み続ける。願いと使命とともに、未来へ向かう。今度は、唯一の答えを持って会いに来る。
And when that time comes, I'll seek you out to settle this once and for all. I knew her true form wasn't here. Even if I destroyed the phantom before me, it would change nothing. Her finger began to dissolve, fading with the crimson glow as it dimmed around the Titan.
ブロックセラム回収っと。夜の意識もちゃんと保存できた。じゃあ次はあのタイタンを何とかしないとね。
Right. We have to end this now. Destroy it before it reactivates. Edna was gone, but the massive Titan remains. His body continues to ooze Titan's contamination, tainting everything around it. If felt unchecked, it will be long before another Titan emerges, or worse, the entire facility could become a part of it.
それなら実験場ごとを沈めればいい。
沈める？
ああ、この研究センターを設計した当時の人たちは保険としてここを海上、海中、海底実験場の3ブロックに分けた。海面制御センターでそれぞれのブロック間にある連結を切れば。
もう変異者が生成され始めたの？
分析員、もう時間はない。決断の時だ。
Let's do it. I nodded and activated a life support capsule built into my exosuit. The lift's out. We'll have to take an unconventional route up. Let's take this reach the drainage outlet, then flow up using the buoyancy mode.
はあ、さすが分析。用意周到だね。
そうと決まれば早速行くぞ。
Urging us, Narita unpeeled her ribbons once more. As if sensing our intent, the titans behind us let out a metallic screech. In the next instant, countless vines erupt from its core, sprawling, wriggling, surging towards us. Enough! I thrust out my hand, channeling my ability, trying to absorb the titan and halt the vines before they could overrun us.
こんな状況で無茶するな。
Again, this should be a cutscene. Narita ribbons slashed out, coiled around the Titan's core in an instant, locking it in an unbreakable grip. As the ribbons drained energy from the core, the vines began to wither, curling into lifeless husks.
ここは私に任せろ。お前たちは早く海面制御センターへ向かうんだ。連結を切るためには夜の権限も必要だろう。
でもそれじゃネリーダは。
お前たちが連結を切った瞬間、入り口が閉じる前にベルトを使って安全な場所に脱出する。ここで命を落としても意味はない。そうだろ、分析員。
For the first time, I saw her flash her lightest smile, like a traveler's letting go of all the burdens and stepping into a long-awaited journey. A heavy promotion pressed against my chest. I could almost see what was coming, but even so, I had to respect her choice. I trust you, until the very end.
ああ、また後で。させるものか。
At the sound of her fierce shout, I turned back, only to see her energy ribbons lash outward in a brilliant cascade, like a celestial river of light. Her silhouette was blurred by the overwhelming radiance, like a magnificent crimson spider lily, following in a final, breathtaking bloom. Her ribbons torn through the enemies before me, but even doing so, they pierced through her own body as well. I'm sorry, Nita.
大丈夫、分かってるよ。絶対に無事に戻ってきて。
騙してすまん。海底実験場の連結を断つのに海面制御センターはそもそも必要ない。ここに降りる前に細工を施して最後のプログラムを起動すれば実験場はすぐに沈むようになっている。
As her body reached its limits, all of her ribbons shattered, dissolving into a crimson rain that painted the world red. The moment she pressed the button, the distinct roar of rushing water filled her ears. She closed her eyes. She began her descent into the abyss, deeper and deeper, into a place no light could ever reach. And yet, for the very first time in a long while, she felt at peace.
これでいいんだ。彼の言う通り、私は自分の意志を貫いた。
Once she has carried a vision passed down by her grandmother to save humanity, to protect those who could not defend themselves. But in the end, all that remains was a single stubborn wish, almost childish, utterly insignificant. An urge to keep a certain someone alive, to protect him with everything she had.
まったく、こんな衝動を覚えるなんて情けない。
Yet the feelings were real, so overwhelming. Like a flame burning in her chest, bright, unrelenting. almost painful in this intensity.
でももっと早くこの気持ちに気づいて早く彼に告白できていたら。まあいい。この際どうでもいい話だ。少なくとも最後の最後、私が見たのは彼の涙や戸惑いではなく、迷わずに前へ進む彼の背中だった。そんな彼ならきっと成し遂げられるはずだ。
ネリーダ。
A soft golden glow blossomed in the darkness.
ネリーダ、覚えているかい？子供の頃、一番綺麗な景色は何って私に聞いたわよね。
おばあちゃん、なんで急にそれを。
その質問、大事なのは答えじゃないわ。大事なのはおばあちゃんがそこから感じたあなたの悔いよ。
The light before her grew brighter.
たったの数日だけだが、あの温かい思い出をまたなくしてしまうと思うと、やっぱり怖いんだ。でもだからこそ手を伸ばしてはダメだ。これは私が選んだ道だ。強者として貫き通すべきもの。
She felt herself fragile, desperate lies, whispering them over and over, trying to calm the tremor in her soul. She just had to convince herself to believe that it was over. However, and I'll fight for what you truly desire with everything I have until my last breath. So please, stay with me. Don't let fear take you away. However, the heart longed for something else entirely. With the last of her strength, she forced her arm upward, reaching out for that distant light. Her limbs felt like dead weight, but she wouldn't stop. Almost there. Almost there. Just a little higher, and she could reach his. Then something unexpected happened. Hold on, Narita. A shattering ribbon swirled to life, coiled once more around her waist, pulling her towards the one she could never bear to lose. Hold on a moment. This looks good. This looks good. Alright. That dazzling light wasn't an illusion. It was real. The instant her fingers touched his, the raging current stilled. It felt as though she had slipped into a realm of fantasy. A gentle force surges through her, pushing the tytogens from her body. And then the energy began to heal her. She didn't understand how it works, but she could feel her body slowly repairing itself. Don't worry, this is my inner mind. In that fleet instant, when I came into contact with Edda, I absorb and store her energy within me. And now, in this moment, I use it as a key, unlocking the gates to my very own Valhalla. This was my domain, a world created by my own will. A place where I could hold the power to reshape all things. Now, just hold on to me. I told you, saving the world was never meant to be one man's mission or a one-sided effort. So, before I save the world, I'll save you first. In the depths of the silent abyss, reborn and whole again, she let fall the tears no one could ever see.
手を伸ばすだけでよかったんだ。つかめないと思っていた光が手のひらに。
What followed was long peaceful ascent, a return to the surface. Dawn, confession, and farewell. Welcome to Heimdall.
目の前で輝く星々。何億万年も前から存在する惑星。それらの光を浴びて輝く巨大なスペースシャトル。重力から逃れて果てしない宇宙を自由に飛ぶ様を我々の故郷である地球はそばで静かに見守ってくれて、遥か昔の神話時代からたくさんの汗と涙と血で作り上げた夢が初めての有人スペースシャトルの打ち上げでようやく現実になったの。その現実の美しさはきっとどんな言葉でも伝えきれないだろう。でも今思えば一番美しい景色ならやはりあれだと思うわ。夢を叶えるために寝る間も惜しんでひたすら頑張った後、目をこすりながら見えた景色。
おばあちゃん。
さあ顔を上げてごらん。遠い星々と違ってすぐ目の前に私たちが生きてきた場所で見られる風景よ。それからこれからの道はあなたたちに任せるわ。美しいその感情を絶えずに受け継いでちょうだい。
Emerging from the shadowed abyss, we climb onto the platform above, leaning on each other for support. Side by side, we stood, watching at the endless night, gave away to the warmth of dawn. Now, step towards the light. Bathed in the glow of the orange-red sky, Narita turned towards me with a faint smile. Her crimson eyes shimmered softly, like ember melted by the rising sun, radiantly quietly tenderness. At the corner of her eyes, tears glistened, like dropping at a morning dew, reluctant to vanish at daybreak. Are you crying?
かっこ悪いところを見せたな。すまん。 私のわがままを聞いてほしい。今だけ私から目をそらさないで。このまま弱くて泣いてばかりの本当の私を見ていてくれ。
Her voice, slightly hoarse, revealed a softness far removed from the strong, composed image she usually projected. Hearing such a heartfelt plea, any lingering hesitation within me quietly melted away.
そうだ。この感じだ。私に渡したあのコート、それから私に向かって伸びてきたベルト。お前はいつも迷わず私に手を差し伸べてくれる。私も何とかしてお前の気持ちに応えたいのに、いつも言葉が詰まってしまう。今だってそうだ。気がつけば涙で頬を濡らしていた。
Narita.
自分はどうなってしまったんだろうと悩んでいた。胸が締め付けられたみたいに痛くて息ができない。なのに沼から抜け出せなくなって切り捨てることもできない。お前と二人きりになったあの夜から今もこの奇妙な感情にとらわれている。だがさっきお前が手を握ってくれた時、手のひらから伝わるぬくもりが私の不安をすべてかき消した。その時、心の底から声が聞こえた。これが答えだと。そうだ。私はきっと
A radiant smile lit her face as dawn broke across the sky. The teardrop clinging to the corner of her eye finally slipped free, tracing a shimmering golden trail down her cheeks.
きっとどうしようもなく分析員を好きになったんだろう。
My heart pounded in my chest, drowning out all other sounds. I gazed deeper into Narita's eyes, filled with tears reflecting the sunshine. It was more beautiful than any other scenery. Narita. Calling her softly, I reached out and gently wiped away her tears. She did the same for me. Now I learned everything about you. Without us noticing, the morning sun has broken free from the sea embrace. The world has once again bathed in golden radiance. Everything began anew.
メリードさん、5分だけ借りるって言わなかった？
Narita jotted slightly, as though abruptly awakened from a sweet dream.
ああ、もう時間切れか。
Her voice still had trace of tenderness from a moment before, though she quickly tried to slip back into her usual detached facade. This time, however, the transition appeared endearingly clumsy. Seeing her flustered reaction, Nita and I exchanged amused, knowing smiles. Alright, sun's up. We better hurry and get that comm station fixed. Under the golden morning light, we wrap up repairs and are reconnected with our respective contacts. The sea breeze softened the stains of parting, carrying away the last trace of exhaustion. In the distance, two drones cut through the morning mist, landing in a sea breeze platform. Before going our separate ways, we decided to take group photos to commemorate the occasion. In the snapshot, I suddenly lift Nita off the ground. Caught off guard, she instinctively grabbed my shoulders, her expression a mix of surprise and flustered shyness. Besides, Narita wore a knowing smile, like she has foreseen this exact moment all along.
いい写真だ。大事にするよ。
もうちょっとポーズ取る時間が欲しかったな。
No, the look on your face was priceless.
分析本当に言ってる？
あ、そういえば一つだけ心残りがあったな。
Was it? Was it?
あの勝負の勝敗だ。
勝負？
あそこの小屋でやったそれ。
分析。
Narita, maybe don't phrase it like that. You make it sound way more suggestive than it was. Lie down your weapon before it's too late.
今思えばこっちが優勢にあったはずだ。
Is that so? Or you say that you like a rematch?
ああ、ユグドラシル最強と真剣勝負ができるチャンスなんてめったにないからな。
ねえ、分析。
Don't worry, Nita. It's just a friendly match.
それはどうだ。
With that, Narita calmly drew out the same pen, ready herself for combat. Sorry, Nita. Looks like you have to do something to worry. Looks like you have something to worry about. Seeing my resolve, Nita let out a soft chuckle, putting on a casual front, probably to reassure me.
まあいいよ。でも絶対に負けないで。
I promise. Smiling, I reach out gently and ruffle her hair. I'll make sure no one gets hurt this time.
それで準備はいいのか？
Already in her battle stance, Narita called out for a short distance away. Again, this should be a cutscene. Bring it on. As I spoke, I swiftly drew my handgun, angling it beneath her chin. Unexpected thrill surged through me. Perhaps deep down, I truly enjoy every battle against a worthy opponent. Or at very least, I never once been afraid of one.
では、行くぞ。
Like a sudden gust of wind, the strike sliced through the air, aiming straight for my wrist. The same instant, her stance fluidly shifted mid-motion. Was she trying to immobilize my dominant hand while dodging my shots? With her agility, she could easily pull off such a maneuver, but my real advantage has never been raw speed or skill alone. It is lying and reading my opponent. I deliberately telegraph recklessness, pretending that I risk my wrist just to land the shot. Sorry to disappoint you. I'm not actually a hothead, after all. I got more than a dozen cute girls counting on me back home. With that thought, I smoothly twisted my wrist aside, evading her precise strike. Immediately, I adjusted my stance, preparing to counter her next move. One more block, and I finished this duel with a grappling technique. But to my surprise, a serene smile suddenly blossomed on her face, and for a heartbeat, the world seems to pause. Her expression radiant quiet confidence, as though she already glimpsed her victory, a victory won by willingly surrender something else entirely. She had made her choice.
好きだな。
Instead of following up strike, a gentle hand cradled my face. She had dropped all defenses, leaving herself completely open. Wait, Narita, who are you? Before I could finish, a delicate, refreshing fragrance enveloped me. Her damp hair, glittering with tiny droplets, gently cascading around us, shading the fleeting blush around her cheeks. And then, in the very next heartbeat, the heat of her lips met mine. By the time my mind caught up, the gentle warmth of her tongue has already slipped my past parted lips.
お前の勝ちだ。ユグドラシルの分析員。これはお前へのご褒美で、私からの選別よ。
And just like that, the battle ended. She won by surrendering, by letting go. In that moment, she relinquished everything that has defied her on the battlefield, her pride, her coldness, her desire for vengeance. But most of all, she let go of the life she once lived as a Sixth Reaper. She had made her choice. She embraced Yujita Kujo, his brief, his vision. She had finally realized that her true strength wasn't about dominance, it was about choosing the kind of person she truly wanted to become. And in making that choice, she found something even greater. A love deep enough to fill the emptiness in her heart. A purpose strong enough to guide her forward. She would carry his ideals and scatter them like seeds, letting them take root along every river carved by hardship and pain.
ちなみにさっきのは私のファーストキスだ。
It's a lovely parting gift. I'll treasure it dearly. A subtle smile tugged at her lips. Without another word, she turned and strode towards the aircraft, waiting for the golden glow of dawn, never once looking back.
Mm, やっぱりネリーだって苦手。
Oh, and what exactly about her rubs you the wrong way, Nita?
素直じゃないとか。生死を一緒に経験した仲なのに、最後までさよならもちゃんと言えないなんて。
Though Nita grumbled, there wasn't a trace of genuine frustration on her face. Or maybe she was actually too honest. In a way, she's kind of like you.
そう？
I mean, neither of you rely on words to show how you feel. You You let your action speak for you.
ああ、そう言われるとそうかも。でもやっぱり苦手。
Any other reasons?
だって私の前で分析員に無理やりキスしたでしょ。
Ah, so that's what this was really about.
すごく悔しかったんだから。だから帰ったらお詫びとして私に神経ケアを10回して。
Deal.
意外とあっさり。じゃあもう10回1週間以内に。
Deal.
じゃあもう20回。
Deal, deal, deal. With that, I scoop Nito into my arms. Anything you want, as many times as you want.
なんでもって。
A soft blush colored her olive-toned cheeks, and her voice dropped, quieter and more tender. Of course, and if you need more time to decide, that's fine.
思いついてはいるけど、もう私になんて言われるのか知ってるくせに。
She pouted slightly, tilted her head, stealing shy glance at me from the corner of her eye. It was utterly endearing. As you wish.
じゃあ他に言うことはもうないよ。
Her eyes fluttered shut, and a soft, content smile settled on her lips as she murmured softly.
ねえ、分析員。
Yes?
帰ろう。私たちのあったかい幸せな家に。
Sure. With Nito in my arms, I walked towards our aircraft, bathed in the golden rays of dawn. It must be a beautiful day, with a bright, warm sunshine of home today.
おばあちゃんへ。お久しぶりです。元気にしてますか？最後の手紙から1年以上経ちました。この間にいろんなことがありました。手紙の1枚では書ききれないくらいいろんなことが。だから最初は一番大事な話にしましょう。私見ました。あなたが言っていた一番美しい景色を。もちろん一番大事な人と一緒に見ました。よければおばあちゃんにも紹介したいと思います。おそらくこの手紙は今までの通りにもうあなたに届くことはないでしょう。しかしもう一つの可能性があると私は思います。今のあなたはきっと昔みたいに何らかの方法で私を含めた全ての人を騙して密かにイエロ社から抜け出してどこか静かな里で名前を隠しながら幸せな晩年を過ごしていると思います。今も10年前みたいに同じことで頭を悩ませているのでしょうか。こんな理不尽な世界のために自分の全てをつぎ込むのは本当に意味があるのだろうか。それを確かめるため、答えを探すため、私は再び旅に出ようと思います。その答えを見つけた後は、できればおばあちゃんともう一度会いたい。その前にもう一つ大事な再会を果たさなければいけませんが。
3、2、
おかえりなさい。
My apologies. I'm grinning right now. They're so cute.
わあ、すごい歓迎だね。
Eh? Didn't mean to keep you all waiting.
分析員。この天使ブブ特製のロージャーモーだよ。早く食べてみて。
気が早いわね。せめて荷物を置いてからにしたら。
そうだね。じゃあ分析員の荷物置いてくるね。
Before I could react, Boo Boo snatched up my suitcase and bolted towards the elevator.
後でまた来るからね。エンヤ姉がハトのスープ作ってるから、ついでに手伝ってくる。
What's gotten into her? She's even more hyper than usual.
あなたが出かける前にあんなことを頼んだせいよ。みんな冗談だって気づいてたけど、あの子だけは真に受けて数日間ずっと祈ってたの。でも結局海上基地の方は曇ってたじゃん。だから自分のせいだと思ってるみたいで、あんなに慌ててるの。祈りでどうこうできる話じゃないのにな。
But it was sunny on the last day. Guess our ritual worked after all. Just took a little while to kick in. Anyway, how are things on your end, Keiya?
ちょっと手こずってるけど大した問題じゃないわ。後でまた話しましょう。とにかくそっちが順調に終わってよかったわ。やっと帰ってきたんだからゆっくり休みなさい。
Suddenly, I felt several sharp gaze fixed at me. Do I have something on my face?
いや、ただ知らない女の子と一緒に帰らなかったのをみんなが不思議がってるの。
Sorry to disappoint you girls. This is totally a misplaced stereotype about me.
へえ。じゃあなんで誤解されるのか旦那も自分でちゃんと分かってるよね。まあいっか。二人して無事に帰ってきたわけだし。さて今日はどうする？先にご飯食べる？寝る？それとも
Hold on. Isn't the second option usually a bath?
私んとこでは寝ることの方が優先度高いんだもん。
それはそうだけど。
Nina?
あれ飛行機では全然眠くなかったのに帰ってきたら急に。
I instantly reached out, catching Nina before she could collapse.
ごめん、急にフラフラしてきちゃって。
Probably her Dwaywoos. Probably the exosuit she's wearing.
一体どんな無茶をしたのよ。
よくここまで持ちこたえたわ。
Sorry, but the welcome party will have to wait. Let's get Nita to her room first. The girls exchanged quick glance, then immediately step in to help me carry Nita.
ニタ、今回は本当に大変だったね。
1 week later. Nita, how are you feeling today?
もう大丈夫だよ。少なくとも食欲は完全に復活してるから。
After days of rest and proper care, the color has returned to Nita's cheeks. No, she still wasn't strong enough to get out of bed on her own. The vibrant energy in her laughter was finally back. That's a good sign. A strong appetite means you're well on your way to a full recovery.
でも最近は分析員に頼りっぱなしだからちょっと申し訳なくて。毎日世話をしてくれたよね。ありがとう。
Don't mention it. Seeing you bounce back is all the thanks I need.
おかげさまで 80% の元気を取り戻してきてるよ。
That was oddly specific.
ねえ分析員、ベッドを降りたいんだけど。
The doctor said you need at least another week.
分析員がいてくれるし大丈夫っしょ。お願い、1回だけ。
Hold on, before I read the text. Okay, I remember this song. This is one of those board game pieces of soundtrack. Yeah, that one. That one. I remember now. Without waiting for my reply, Nita casually draped an arm over my shoulder, tilting my head upward to gently nuzzle my chest. Fine. Seeing you like this, I'll say you're ready for a small trial run. Let's give it a shot then.
全力で行くよ。
Easy there, champ. We're not going off to fight a titan. You're making even me worse. I took a deep breath, adjusting my stance to support her weight. Her body felt softer, lighter than before, perhaps all the time that she spent resting.
分析準備できたよ。
Alright, on three. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Just as I began to lift her, a sudden weight pressed down on me. Oh! Why are you suddenly getting heavier? An unexpected pressure threw me off balance. And in an instant, a warm, tender body pressed against mine, accompanied by the rapid thugging in a heartbeat. She seems to be trying to lift her herself, but maybe she hasn't fully regained her strength. It's only caused her body to press even closer together.
ごめんごめん。ちょっと自信過剰だったみたい。
A vivid flush spread across Nita's cheeks, all the way to the tips of her ears.
その分析員、傷はない？見てあげよっか。
Nita?
ああ、私は大丈夫だよ。体は丈夫だって知ってるでしょ。とにかく分析員の体の方が大事だから。
He kept shifting, trying to adjust her posture. The warmth of her skin seeping through the thin sheets of sweat of her clothes, and change, intimidating tension lingering in the air. But before long, I realized something wasn't quite right. Nita, did you fall on purpose?
バレちゃったか。
Nita froze instantly. Almost as fast as it took you to confess.
バレちゃったんだからこれ以上隠しても意味ないじゃん。それでね、実は病弱系美少女になってみたくて。
But a frail dismale usually wouldn't say things like I'm tough as nails. Any particular reason for all this?
だってベッドから起き上がれない私の方がたくさん気にかけてくれるもん。だから新しいキャラでやってこうかなって。
That's not okay. I'd rather see you healthy and full of life. That's a way better look on you.
あれ、じゃあ勘違いしちゃってたんだ。
She She let out a long sigh, heedlessly scratches her chin as she admits her little miscalculation. But instead of getting up, she suddenly tightened her hold around me, mischief sparkling in her eyes.
せっかくだし、ついでにあの約束果たしてくれる？
Promise? What promise?
とぼけないでよ。いいって言ったじゃん。何でも何回でもしてくれるって約束。
Exhaling a warm breath, she leaned in and pressed her lips to mine in a hot, lingering kiss. Clearly, her appetite wasn't the only thing that has returned. Realizing exactly what she wanted, I opened my arms and wrapped them tightly around her.
What? のぞみさんは今日からこちらにいるんですか？そう、分析員さんから夜ちゃんの世話係を頼まれたの。
The tiny holographic figure projected from the drone quietly drifted back behind my back as if trying to hide. What's wrong, Yogurt? I crouched down and gently patted her head, keeping my voice soft and reassuring. Before we had managed to free Yogurt consciousness about the Abyss Watcher, but because of the deep level of fusion, part of her cognitive and logical functions were lost. Thankfully, New Hetero seemed to have the technology to help with her recovery, so I asked Nozomi to come overseas her treatment and assigned her as our Lancian's officer of New Hetero.
分析員お兄さん、この方は？
She's clung me tightly to the hem of my coat, and an old habit that she hasn't forgotten.
夜ちゃん、いい子いい子。お姉ちゃんが美味しいボタン電池を買ってあげるからね。ボタン電池を食べるんですか？食べないよ。これは昇格者の間で流行ってるミームだから。私、分析員お兄さんと背の高いお姉さんとクールなお姉さんと一緒に行きたい。ぺったんこのお姉さんと寮にいたくありません。うわ、ひどい。私、なんかひどいこと言われてない？お気持ちお察しします。
But Yogurt, you said you wanted to help me, right? And you don't want to go outside to that. You can help us right here at the base, just like Caroline does.
そうですけど、分析員お兄さんがそばにいないと、私一人じゃ。
Of course you can. Back then, even when I wasn't by your side, you still kept your promises, didn't you? I held out a pinky, hooking it gently around her tiny fingers. Besides, this place is my home. I may leave for missions now and then, but I always come back.
そうですか。分析員お兄さんがそういうのなら、頑張ります。
That's my girl. Nozomi.
はい。
Easy, kiddo. No need to be so uptight. So I'll be counting on you to look after Yogurt. And if you get the chance, maybe show her around New Hetero.
もちろん。でもやっぱり今度一緒に行かない？あれからずっと会ってないでしょ？分析員さん。
Nozomi shot me at a playful look, raising an eyebrow.
ま、ただの冗談。お忙しいのはわかるわよ。取り込み中みたいだから、先に夜ちゃんを新しいオフィスへ案内するね。
Sounds good. We'll catch up later.
バイバイ、分析員お兄さん。バイバイ、ツルペタのお姉さん。 あえて強調しなくて結構です。みんな言っちゃいましたね。それでなんでのぞむさんを呼んだのか説明してくれませんか？夜のお世話くらいなら私に任せればいいのに。
Two reasons. First, I didn't want to put anything more on your plate. You're already carrying plenty. Second, Nozomi knows New Hentaro better than anyone. If there's a chance, I want Yoker to see it with her own eyes. I want her to witness how humanity preserves through hardship and rebuild what was lost. Even though Transcendence and Bionics hold entirely different beliefs, when it truly matters, they set aside their differences and come together, building a future worth hoping for.
つまり見学旅行でエッタと違う性格の AI にして私たちの味方になってもらおうという。
That's up to the future to decide. For now, let's focus on the present. By the way, Caroline, I heard things has got complicated in the Academia Archopolis again.
あれはなんというか、こちらにもちょっと関係してる話です。
Oh?
アクロポリス学院内部でこの前分析員と一緒に任務に出たネリーダさんの訃報が出たそうです。死因はタイタン汚染だと公表されていました。でも別の情報によると本当のところは消息不明になったとかなんとか。うちの調査部もそれで混乱してるようです。
Typical Narita, always playing by her own rules.
分析員？
Nothing. Do you have any leads on what she might have gone?
それは残念ですが、調べさせましょうか。
No, that won't be necessary. I was just thinking out loud. She's no enemy of ours. Whatever path she chose from here is her decision to make. A faint smile crossed my lips as my gaze drifted towards the distant horizon beyond the window. And besides, leaving without a goodbye just means fate has a reunion planned for us somewhere down the road.
目的地に到着しました。自動運転を終了します。下車する際はお忘れ物のないようお気をつけください。
As the door slid open with a soft hiss, a pair of slender legs stepped into the pavement with an effortless grace. Her silver gray hair cascading like silk, and porcelain skins seemed to glow in the sunlight. Removing her sunglasses, she brushes a loose strand behind her ear, gazing upward at the imposing white building before her.
ここのようだ。
As if drawn by an unseen force, her gaze drifted towards the large glass doors ahead. And there, unmistakably familiar, stood the man she hasn't been able to stop thinking about. The very man who has claimed her first kiss.
ほう、奇遇だな。
Her ruby lips curve into a faint enigma smile. The rhythmic clicks of her heels on the pavement echoes like a herald of destiny, signaling the reunion writing in the stars. And so, at long last, the solitary vessel that has been drift between the underworld and the realm of the living had found its harbor. I would say that is the longest I have ever done. Oh my god, what the hell? Wait. What did I fail at? Anyway. Oh, this one. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Alright, I would say this is a very long story to go through, especially the visual novels. That's so much. Evenly Final One, it took me like about over an hour probably to get through this. It's a lot of content, but it's fine. It's fine. At least we got through it. And if you guys actually watched through this, I have to give you applause, and I hope you guys sub to my channel and like this video, because this took very long time to get through. And the other problem I have to say is, while through the playthrough, I was hoping we will play the 5-star operative, Nita SSSR, but that didn't happen, even though she unlocked it, but it didn't give us the opportunity. However, in the next video, I will do a video on how to get Nita SSSR. By the way, you can still get her for free regardless of they give it to you or not, but I'll do that video later on in the future. Until then, if you are still subbed to this channel, maybe share this video. I don't know, that's probably too long for them to go through, but if any case, I will see you guys in the next video. Take care, everyone.